From the Sid and Hazel Dillon Tennis Center on Innovation Campus at the University of Nebraska-Lincoln, it's our final day of Big Ten's Men's Tennis Championships as the Fighting Illini battle the Buckeyes for the Big Ten title. And this has been the story since 1999. It's been either the Buckeyes or the Fighting Illini every year. The rest of the conference has been shut out as compared to these two teams. And welcome, everyone, to a very breezy Lincoln, Nebraska, along with 8-time Coach of the Year and Hall of Famer Mark May. I'm Larry Putney. It's great to have you with us here in Lincoln for Big Ten Championship Tennis. And Mark, Ohio State, Illinois. Let's start with the Buckeyes. What do they have to do to get to 4 first?
Well, it's very important for the Buckeyes with their big servers. They're doing an excellent job making their first serves today, singles and doubles, managing the conditions today, being clutch on no-ad points, and counting on the experience of John McNally and Kyle Seelig, as well as the hot hands of J.J. Tracy and Cannon Kingsley. They're undefeated in dual match play. As far as the Fighting Illini are concerned, Fighting Illini not as big on the serving end, so they're going to be trying to scheme well and volley well in doubles, compete early for scoreboard pressure on singles, make the Buckeyes a little nervous about what's happening, that dark horse mentality and festive atmosphere, and strong singles from A's to Zeke. Both Alex's and Zeke Clark, heart and souls of this lineup, they're going to be key for the victory.
Well, it has been breezy all weekend. It continues to be that way today. 15-mile-an-hour plus winds here in Lincoln will certainly factor into this. Let's take a look at the doubles matchups to start this. And, of course, the best 2 of 3 that win the doubles win the doubles point. And a late change by the Buckeyes. They're going with McNally and Cash in 1 doubles. Seelig steps into the lineup to play with Kingsley in 2 doubles. And that means Tracy and Boulay move to 3 doubles. So a bit of a change here late, Mark, for the Buckeyes.
Absolutely, and the doubles point is so big today that every little edge possible may make a difference, and Seelig is experienced, obviously does a nice job of returning, so on a breezy day, putting him in the lineup may be just what the Buckeyes need to get over the hump.
You mentioned breezy. It's breezy in these parts. Most people would just call it flat out windy. Some of the Illini players walking by early were saying to us, does it ever stop blowing here?
And the Illini did a great job today, Larry.
Yeah.
They didn't play outside yesterday for their semifinal against Michigan, so they were out as early as 7:45 a.m. this morning preparing in this breeze.
We're getting ready for action here. Big Ten Men's Tennis Championships. See the 2 coaches there crossing in front of court number 1.
And what a tradition these 2 guys have. Ty Tucker played at the Ohio State. Dancer played at Michigan State, and both of them now, Brad 17 years in, Ty Tucker 25 years in.
He has been the Coach of the Year 4 consecutive years until this year. 14-time Coach of the Year is Ty Tucker, who was a player at Ohio State, as you said, winningest coach in Ohio State history, winningest coach in Big Ten history as well. So here's a look at court number 1. For Ohio State, it's Robert Cash and John McNally. For the Illini, Alex Brown and Zeke Clark.
And definitely, I talked to Coach Dancer earlier. He talked a little bit about the importance of when you win the toss, deferring, so you can actually get the serve organization set up for the team as best for the win.
And here we are in court number 2 already underway. This 2 doubles is Kingsley and Seelig for the Buckeyes. Khalif and Monsi for the Illini.
Big serve by Kingsley. Important for Kingsley to do a nice job with the service toss. Yesterday he struggled a great deal. It was so breezy, they was blowing in fun. He was having a tough time with double faulting. The doubles first serve percentage I think will be key for him, especially as it translates into singles later. Smart choice there with the kick serve.
So all 3 doubles matches now underway. Here's a look at the triple box. You can see all 3 matches on your screen. And again, just a reminder, 1 point at stake in the doubles competition, a total of 7 points. One each for the singles, one total point for the doubles, so it's a best 2 of 3 of these 3 doubles matches. So now let's go to the 1 doubles. 15 all in 1 doubles. On court number 1.
McNally and Cash, both Ohio boys. Johnny McNally, a big tennis family, comes from the Queen City Club. Excuse me, the Harper's Point Club in Cincinnati with Mom Lynn McNally, is an outstanding coach, and sister Katie McNally, professional tennis player on the WTA Tour.
Volley is long.
Robert Cash was actually being watched by coach and now stepdad Brian Nybert from Ohio, Chillicothe, Ohio. So Ty Tucker's always done an outstanding job of getting the Ohio players, the best in Ohio, to play for the Buckeyes. Good choice.
Jumps on the second serve. Nice return.
And yesterday, Alex Brown struggled a little bit indoors in making that return. He must have practiced it quite a bit.
So early break point here for the Illini in 1 doubles. They got it.
Great job. Outstanding return by Zeke Clark and a nice pinch by Alex Brown to put some pressure on that ground stroke.
So your point off the top, Mark, was win early points, get ahead of the scoreboard, put some pressure, and that's exactly what the Illini are doing here in 1 doubles.
Alex Brown and Zeke Clark, top 30 in the nation in doubles this year. The experience, sort of the fire and ice, the big server, the great returner. It's a nice balance.
So we pop over to second doubles now, 2 doubles.
And early on, there's a lot of ground stroking in this number 2 doubles position. It'll be challenging as they feel themselves out to hit their targets and get comfortable with how big to hit the balls, how heavy, how hard to hit against the wind. Outstanding. Smart to just get the kick serve up and let the net man move and try to fill the middle. It is extremely difficult to time the returns and hit it with enough on it to get it away from the net player. So you actually like a considerable higher amount of movement and net activity actually on a windy day.
With the energy, you never wonder whether or not the Illini are in the building, do you?
No, the Illini do an outstanding job with the crowd support. That's another move. Noah Cleef, clincher yesterday against Michigan.
We saw that all 4 days here with the Fighting Illini. Brad Dancer's team, even along the bench and the sidelines, they are really in these matches.
Often during the year, the teams are only able to travel a certain amount of players, and I think that for the conference championship, they have one exemption. They can bring a slightly bigger group, and makes a difference on them. Especially in this COVID time where you don't have as many fans per se. Outstanding turnout today.
30 all in that 2 doubles. Quickly back to our 3 box here. Action 1, 2, and 3 doubles. Even in 3. Buckeyes up 1 game to none in 2. And the Illini up 1-0. So how about for the first time this afternoon, let's jump over and take a look at 3 doubles. For the Buckeyes, that's Justin Boulay and J.J. Tracy. And for the Illini, it's Hunter Heck and Alex Kovacevic.
You see former Buckeye Hunter Callahan giving some information there. College tennis is outstanding dynamic without disrupting the flow of play. The coaches can communicate and then sort of step out and set the stage.
And the return is long, and the Buckeyes are now up 2-1 in 3 doubles. Buckeyes team of Boulay and Tracy. So now we hop back to 2 doubles, where it's even at 1.
.15 left for the Buckeyes. Kyle Seelig serving against the wind. Right now, the Illini have the breeze behind them, so it's blowing towards Kyle Seelig and actually to the left of him. And there it is, Mother Nature. Monty trying to figure out exactly how heavy he can hit. He's such a cool customer and really solid off the ground, but the pressure of the moment, the early stages of the match, adrenaline's flowing. Players will need to settle in. Nice job from Kingsley.
So in the 2 doubles scored, Buckeyes 40 love. They're at a game apiece. Ohio State trying to hold serve here and go up 2-1.
I think he touched it. It was a tip.
So back to 1 doubles. You see 2-0 and the Illini up 30 love. Little solves the riddle there, right between them.
They did a nice job consolidating the hole. Alex Brown was down 15-40, triple break point on his serve, and they were able to come back and consolidate and get up 2 love. And now here, with Robert Cass serving against the wind, Buckeyes are in some serious trouble.
So another opportunity to break.
It's very common that Z. Clark says missed it instead of yelling or signaling out. That's sort of his way of communicating it.
And the double fault leads to the game for the Illini, and they now are up 3-0 in 1 doubles. Buckeyes leading in the other 2 doubles matches. 2-1 in each. Sorry, Mark.
And I'm always, Larry, what happens invariably is one court starts taking off a little faster than the others. And it's a big advantage in the psychological dynamic of this doubles point. You can get one of those, and now the other 2 courts are just sort of feeling the pressure that they both have to win. It's a mental piece that adds to this doubles point. It's always a quick 25, 30-minute exercise, but has such an enormous value in a college match. The teams are so evenly matched, it's difficult to win 4 out of 6 singles.
Mark, how much do the players on the other courts pay attention to what's going on adjacent to them?
You like your players to focus on their own court, but it's a team sport. The guys know, they see the scoreboards, they understand. Great speed by Monty there, covering the net, showcasing that he has hands and he's going to be looking to get offensive and against the wind. We'd much rather have that happen than allow the other team to push you back with the ground strokes and the heaviness.
Looking in here at 2 doubles, you see 15 all. Buckeyes 2 games to 1.
And you can see there's a lot of ground stroking with these 4 guys. Different than some of the other positions. There's a lot more positional ground stroke cat and mouse going on to set the stage to finish. It's a volleyball mentality in doubles a lot. If you don't have the ability to put the ball away, you're going to try to create a situation for your teammate to do so.
Second serve here for Leith. And long on the return. Still here, middle court. This
big moments here, going I formation. Nice job.
That was Monsi with a nice return. Why is that I formation such a benefit?
What you're trying to do in that instance, Larry, is take away the confidence of a cross-court returner, not allow them to settle in and feel that they can do whatever they want, especially if you have a great outside returner. You usually put someone on a side because of the outside returning.
Very I formation again. So if you're trying to combat that, are you trying to play the alley then? Or what's the...
Sometimes you have to go alley. I like going down the line early in the match a little bit just to let the other team know that that's a possibility. But as a returner, you want to move up, take the ball as early as possible, give the net player less time to react.
Well, look for the Illini there in 2 doubles as they have now evened it at 2 games apiece. So back we go to 1 doubles. Illini threatening to go up 4 games to none. Yeah, they do.
Yeah, right now this is a when it rains it pours situation. McNally and Cash got off to a bad start on this one, and they just haven't been able to find it. And now you almost need to block out the scoreboard. What's key in this moment is to just play a good game here. You can't erase, obviously, the 0-4 scoreboard, but the longer your match goes, the better it is for your teammates. So you need to settle in and just block out the scoreboard and try to get a hold here. Alex Brown almost got that. He's so tall. Nice use of the lob, I think, on the very first return, but the more you put the lob up in this type of wind, the wind's just going to hold it up. So I think you maybe play one of them, but go back into trying to produce the ground stroke. So far, Illinois getting exactly what they want. Up a break at 3 and up 2 breaks at 1.
Forty love here, Buckeyes with the serve.
A little bit too far away from that one. Didn't get it on the sweet spot. Good hold by McNally, and that's what the Buckeyes needed just to try to stop the bleeding in this #1 doubles.
So let's take a look at the scores here. The doubles competition in 1 doubles. The Illini with the lead. It's all even in 2 doubles between Ohio State and the Fighting Illini, and Illinois with the lead in 3 doubles with
And it's a big game. Big game at #3 doubles. It's up a break, but against the wind, and the Buckeyes are heading that game.
So this is our 3 doubles. Once again, the doubles teams for Ohio State, Boulay and Tracy. They've only played 3 times with each other this year. They're 2-1. 2-1 inside the conference, all at 3 doubles. They're playing the 3 doubles team for Illinois of Heck, Kovacevic.
Kovacevic is a big server, so he has to serve against the wind and bring the heat. But right now they're down. Triple break point here. Opportunity for the Bucks to get back into this.
Coming into these Big Ten championships, Heck and Kovacevic had only played together 1 time this year. They were 1-0 at 2 doubles. But they have been the preferred team in 3 doubles down here in Lincoln over the last 4 days of competition. The 11 teams that were here eventually whittled to these 2 for the championship. Staying here with 3 doubles. Opportunity here for the Buckeyes to break.
That's an outstanding backhand. Justin Boulay is a great athlete with an outstanding net game. Comes from a big tennis family.
Clean winner.
Boulay, the coach. His mother, Patricia, he was a top 50 player on the WTA Tour, so great tennis genes there.
Clean winner, no add points. So at 40, this is unlike what you might see in professional tennis where you would have deuce. Winner of this point wins this game.
And this is an enormous moment because Illinois was able to break it 2 dubs as well.
Big return for the Illini, and that is a big game for Illinois. They now are up 4-2.
Well-placed serve by Kovacevic because he was able to just kick it slowly. Boulay's feet a little tight there. Wasn't able to get a great rip on that return.
So we hop back to our 1 doubles court. 30 all.
Buckeyes had a love 30 in this game, and now Brad Dan's just giving them information. Brad tends to communicate a lot about the quarterback, and he's sometimes an offensive coordinator, play caller.
How many offensive coordinators would like to be able to walk out of the field and call the play right before? Make sure everyone's on the same page. It's long. So while it's still 4 games to 1, this is a big opportunity here for the Buckeyes to break.
Hey, what do you say, kid?
Return is wide.
Just not enough commitment on the backhand volley from Brown. He used the wind and really solid first volley to get in position, but then he wasn't really ready. He should have probably taken that backhand volley back through the middle. In a 2-up, 2-back situation, ideally you work through the middle until you get an opportunity to finish.
So 4-2 here in 1 doubles. The Illini had the 4-love lead in games.
That shows you what we're talking about, working the deep volleys and going through the middle. Cash was solid there. Moved up and closed well.
That is Robert Cash. John McNally, 1 doubles team for Ohio State against the 1 doubles team for Illinois of Alex Brown and Zeke Clark.
It's a great serve, nice choice.
It's not back down to doubles 3, where it's 4-2 in games. And now 4-3 after the point for the Buckeyes. So Ohio State trying to rally in a couple of these doubles matches. Hop over now to doubles 2. Or 2 doubles court. 3-2 Illini with the 3-2 leading games. We're at 30 all.
And even though the Illini are in good position on the scoreboard with no ad scoring and a windy day like this, no lead is safe until you actually consolidate. Nice volley incomplete. Stayed in there. Targets have to be simple. A lot of service line and through the middle targets. It's not a fancy choice for the volleys on a day like today. Accurate volleys we talked about on the outset. Here's more of the scheming by Illinois. Uncharacteristic miss there, and now we're back to another no end point.
Quick conversation with Ty Tucker and the 2 doubles team. Big moment here in 2 doubles. Second serve here for Muncie.
Oh my goodness.
Return long.
Yeah, I didn't put it in play.
And the Illini held.
Uncharacteristic.
So here is an update on our 3 doubles matches. Illini with the lead in all 3. Let's go to doubles. It's our 3 doubles court.
There's that scoreboard pressure that the Illini need to keep on the Buckeyes. Doing an outstanding job so far.
.40 love here on 3 doubles court. Team of Heck and Kovacevic looking to go up 5 games to 3.
That's a big serve from Heck.
And they do.
The Fighting Illini have probably been just over 500 in doubles points all season. The Buckeyes a little more, high 60s, almost 70%. So the Buckeyes traditionally maybe 85 to 90% on the doubles point have struggled a lot more this year than ever. And both of these teams know how important this is.
Here is 1 doubles. Serving for the game. Oh, nice off.
Great positional doubles by Z Clark. Taking what the defense gives them. Just sticking his volleys back to the deep man, holding his position. Often in this day and age, Larry, the ground stroke guys believe that they have an advantage over the net guys. It's more old school to build that wall and serve and volley and come in. So it's big moments when the volleyers can duel it out and beat the ground stroker.
Back to 2 doubles now, 4-2. Fighting Illini with the lead and about trying to make it 5-3. 40-30. Opportunity to break. And they do.
And there it is.
So here in two doubles, the Illini now on top 5-2. They're on top 5-3 in one doubles and 5-3 in three doubles. Really a commanding lead across all three courts for the Fighting Illini right now. So we go back to our one doubles competition.
Great shot. Saw Brown sneaking and dipped it at his feet.
Good look at both squads into these doubles matches. Outside of the breeze, just a terrific afternoon here at the Tennis Center in Lincoln, Nebraska.
That's a great return. Brown has turned it up. What a difference a day makes.
Let's go to the doubles three quickly. You see why. Buckeyes 40-30.
Great serving in the body. Boulay's really live arm.
5-4 in that three doubles. Right back to one we go. Return into the net, and Buckeyes 40-15. So now over to two doubles we go. 5-2.
Mr. Clintram yesterday. And an outstanding job yesterday in the singles match, keeping his first serve percentage up, and down here against the wind, trying to serve out the match. Just what the doctor ordered.
Good job at the net by Muncie there, and so now set point here for the Illini.
Missed it wide.
So two doubles. Won by the Illini. So now Illinois needs to close out one of the other two. Pop down to our three doubles competition. Again, three doubles. Ohio State's Boulay and Tracy against the Illini's Heck and Kovacevic.
Big serve by Kovacevic, and going out wide big flat like that, sometimes for some players may be risky. At his level, it's not. Gives him a lot of real estate to go with the big serve. Executed it well. He's done so much serving tee on Boulay to keep him off balance. It was a nice mix.
What do you say, kid? Come on now.
And Hunter Heck is just showing some hands here, accepting the challenge of all of the heat. We talked about in the beginning at the top of the show, Larry, the accurate volleying by the Illini and the scheming they have done beyond, exceeded my expectations of what I thought they might be able to do out here in this wind with their volleying.
Match point here in three doubles.
There it is.
That's it. And that is also the point for the Illini. So the all-important double point goes to Illinois here in the Big Ten Championships. And it was that team of Hunter Heck and Alex Kovacevic to close it out for Illinois. Mark, how big is that for the Illini? How important was that doubles point for Illinois?
I think it's extremely important. It's always important. It's hard to belittle it. Clearly, there's some instances where teams have formidable singles lineups and they can always come back from behind. But, yeah, it was solid all the way down the line. The Buckeyes got off to some rough starts, lost some no-ad games, and we talked about how important that was. They didn't do a great job on no-ad, and Fighting Illini kept it composed, simple, just better execution.
So the Illini win 3 doubles and 2 doubles. 6-4 and 6-2 in those two to take the point for the doubles. Now coming up, our singles competition. 6 matches with the Big Ten championship on the line between the Fighting Illini and the Buckeyes of Ohio State from here in Lincoln. Our singles one, it's going to be John McNally and Alexis Kovacevic. In singles 2 for Ohio State, Cannon Kingsley and Monsey for the Illini. Trotter and Brown in 3 singles. In 4, it's Seelig and Clark for the Illini. In 5, Heck for Illinois. J.J. Tracy, the freshman from Ohio State. Robert Cash and Noe Cleef. So keys for our 1 singles, Mark.
Big matchup earlier in the season. Illinois won this one, straight sets. Today, Johnny McNally is going to be good on the left side of the court. That strong backhand. Apply some pressure on the second serve return and transition. Try to get into the net when he has the wind at his back. And for the Illini, trying to maybe go forehand to forehand, where I think Alex may be strong there. Be careful about the slice backhand. Sometimes it gets a little bit too crafty and creative, and on the breeze it may be flying out today, and mix up his serve locations like he just did in doubles to keep John McNally off balance.
Let's take a look at it. Let's look at it. Our 1 singles. Near court, that is Alex Kovacevic, the senior out of New York, Florida Virtual High School. Knocked off Bennett Kane in the quarters and the semifinals. Also picked up the point for the Illini as well. Return is wide from John McNally.
Often with these top #1 players and the best programs, they compete in professional tennis and have professional aspirations. John McNally does once he's done playing for the Buckeyes. Kovacevic has been able to sneak in some pro events, 3 of them this year. Semifinal at the Cleveland Challenger, and he's currently around 400 in the world ATP.
It's one of the nuances of this sport, tennis, is the ability to play professionally. Obviously not winning prize money, but still the ability to compete.
And for the top players, sometimes if the team is strong, they can afford to still win some of the regular season matches and allow those players to go and come back and give a nice balance to their schedule. And there's McNally trying to approach through the backhand. Missed it just by a little bit. It's a good choice, but you'll have to find the range early on. Coming right off the doubles court, no warm-up and singles, and then playing has some different dynamics to it.
You mentioned these two played earlier back on February 21st. Kovacevic won at 6-4, 6-3.
Yeah, and that's what I think he wants to do, more physical with the cross-court forehand, really trying to push McNally wider. John's much stronger, dominating the middle of the court.
Kovacevic here in the near court. Unanimous first team all Big Ten this year. Second consecutive year he's been first team all conference. to hold serve here. And does.
Be able to keep those slices down. That's going to be important if they don't float. He has to really get his feet set. It's a good hold against the wind. Start.
So as we head to our 2 singles court, keys to the match in this one.
Kenneth Kingsley is real good at the serve +1. Key for him today. His court position over ball speed, and I mean that he has to be careful not to get caught too deep trying to hit big. He needs to just try to gradually move forward as the match goes on, as the points ensue. And then they're going to have some long rallies out there. For him to at least win half of those. For Monty, letting the wind do half the work. Trying to actually let Mother Nature move Kingsley around, not try to hit through Kingsley, because Kingsley is very physical. Obviously, Monty is going to try to transition a little bit and try to figure out exactly how best to be offensive himself when he can sneak later.
And here we are in the 2 doubles court. Sipositando Monsi. 2 singles, correction, not 2 doubles. Sipositando Monsi, a sophomore from East London, South Africa, Laurel Springs High School. Teammates call him Siposo. So we will too. Or Monsi.
Yeah, he's trying to generate those unforced errors there. Almost make some of the match a little bit boring to some extent. Outstanding balance, great wheels. Took apart Andrew Finty, who's one of the top players in Big Ten, and indoors, and did an outstanding job yesterday. He was spotless in 2 sets.
Boy, nice return there by Cannon Kingsley, the sophomore for Ohio State.
He's rangy and athletic, and it showed there how important it is to cut the return off. He moved in, caught the ball early. He started probably 2 feet behind the baseline. He contacted that one right above it, and it flushed up the line. Sometimes it's nice to know that you can go big against the wind if you're a big hitter like Kingsley. You feel comfortable, so taking some shots.
Break opportunity here for Kingsley. Long point for Monty, 40-30 now here in game 2. Really, if you think about the last 20, almost a quarter of a century in Big Ten tennis, one of these 2 teams has been on top of the league. Ohio State has won 13 titles, Illinois 8 in the last 21 years. You can go back 24 years, Mark, including this year, which obviously one of these 2 teams will win. 24 years it's been either Ohio State or Illinois. That is just remarkable.
It is. Back to the Craig Tiley years before, and then transitioning into dancer. Oh, that's great hands. Nice job by Kingsley. He's showing some real fight and passion, and they're going to need that from him today. Across the board, when you lose that doubles point, you need someone to show they're going to be a leader emotionally and obviously with the scoreboard in the match.
2 games to none lead for Kingsley. He is 25-0 on the season. Let's jump over to our 3 singles court. This is James Trotter, the junior out of Japan, Hyogo, Japan. And Alex Brown, this is a junior from Urbandale. I'm sorry, Mark.
Yeah, this is a big one. 2 big servers. Both guys are trying to come forward and need to just play solid enough on the defense, work themselves into the right position off the ground. You know, this is Brown yesterday was just outstanding with the 3 points on serve indoors. Playing outside, slightly different situation, so his percentage today will be critical.
Well, earlier in the doubles, you pointed out you were impressed with the play of Alex Brown.
And Brown, he can sort of look like, not even like he's nonchalant, just kind of like he's just really smooth and easy, and He doesn't sometimes always emote and show a whole bunch of the fire, but he's got a bunch of firepower. The ball's coming hot off his racket and really did a great job returning in doubles today so far. Worked a lot with Elliot McDermott and Eric Rand. I saw Coach Rand out here supporting. KCA.
Little 6 courts going on simultaneously here in Lincoln. Big Ten championships at Sid and Hazel Dillon Tennis Center. Quick look, here's all 6. Various stages of each match.
And this makes this a lot different than any other type of collegiate experience. If you're watching a soccer, or lacrosse, baseball, you're just watching one piece of action. Right now we have 6 different pieces of action going on, harmoniously creating a winning dynamic with 4 points.
So now we'll pop to 4 singles. This is a switch for Ohio State as Kyle Seelig had been playing 4, or had been playing 5. He moves to 4. He's a graduate student out of Hatfield, Pennsylvania, facing Zeke Clark.
And the combined amount of tennis matches these guys have both played is deep into the 200s.
Yeah. The
heart and souls of both of these teams. And Ty Tucker said earlier this morning, this one could take 5 hours. Lots of long points, lots of baseline duels. And interesting to see how they problem solve each other, figure out which way they want to build points and finish points.
(1-1) for Seelig and Clark. Now we go to 5 singles. This is the freshman J.J. Tracy of Ohio State out of Hilton Head, South Carolina.
What an interesting story he's been. Original Ann Arbor with family roots in Columbus. Coach Kanagi was watching at Kalamazoo. Someone gave him a heads up that he had some family in Columbus. He started following him, watching him, liked him. He's come here. Stearns Academy's done an outstanding job. Buckeyes feel he was really good at retrieving and defending and playing solid, and now they've added a little bit more of an offensive component to him. And he's spotless in dual matches this year.
Tracy became the 10th Buckeye to be named Big Ten Freshman of the Year just last week. 22-match winning streak for Tracy, and the 4th consecutive Buckeye to be named Freshman of the Year.
And more of the same. Already off to a quick 3-love lead, and he mixes the forehands heavy, keeps the backhands low, and he's just a tough out.
So highlighting our last quarter of the day, and that is 6 singles. Robert Cash for Ohio State, and Noé Cleef out of France, the senior for the Illini.
And that's a matchup decision here. Cleef with the one-hand backhand and sort of a heavy roll game. Cash is really good at sort of holding the baseline, hitting big, and then rushing. So they're going to look for Cash to transition, compete a bit, and then transition and see if Cleef can come up with the goods on the backhand pass. And here it comes, the serve and volley, and that's exactly what he's in this position for. They lost a doubles point now, and Ty Tucker's trying to give himself 5 of the best matchups he can out here.
Come on, Sippy, man!
30-15 Cash. Ohio State 1-1 in games. Approaches again. Nice passing. Winner.
Yeah, that's a tricky one because it's a down the line approach shot that historically you talk about playing the geometry there, but the wind held it up. Cleef had too much time on the pass. Would have been better trying to take that approach shot right through the middle and not give him any angle to beat him with.
You can see Ty Tucker's interest in this 6 singles matchup.
Yeah, this is
right there.
This is why he's in this position. Yep. That's a tough scenario. The wind picks up, and feel like you're falling backwards, it's probably not smart to go too big on the overhead. I think he just mishit that one. Wasn't able to get it on the strings. But even with the Buckeyes playing outside yesterday and Cash not playing in the singles lineup, it's always a next man up with the Buckeyes. You have to be ready to go when your number's called. 9-3 on the year, so Cash clearly has done a nice job when he's been called.
Break point for Cleef.
Same approach shot, but he actually covers better this time and gets it done. And he's going to make, I'd say he's going to be over 60 approach shots this match. So it's going to be about Cleef's ability to hit the passes and the lobs and keep him off the net.
Oh, no way! Go, boys! Go ahead, guys! Keep working down there, Hunter, right?
Big time serve.
Great serve by Cash. So Cash holds after a breakpoint opportunity for Cleef. Back here at 1.
Great job by McNally breaking against the wind, and now he's in a power position here. Bringing the heat, big time serving. Just what he needs, trying to create a little bit of space. This is a position that definitely Illinois would feel they're favored in, so if John can step up with his experience and want this moment, he definitely has the game to stand up to Kovacevic, who oftentimes can blow some of his opponents out. And there's definitely a sort of a street cred or respect to the guys that are out there playing the ATP Tour and come back to college, you know, so John, though, has a lot of belief.
Always been trying to find a little bit of that myself. Street cred.
Tough to get. That's an outstanding return. Athletic. I mean, that was a la Federer, Dimitrov, and any top pro you ever seen. I mean, the balance on his outside leg, being able to spread out, crack an inside out, open stance, backhand against the wind for a clean winner. It's big time stuff.
40-30.
Smart choice by McNally.
Yeah.
Took the pace off, didn't go for the heater, has been showing the heater, and he goes kicker and lets Mother Nature help him. Exactly where he served is where the wind is blowing right now. It's coming northeast straight from John McNally into our booth.
So McNally now up 3-1 in 1 singles. Back to 2 singles we go. This is Cannon Kingsley with a 3-1 lead and about ready to make it 4-1 at 40 love. But what a great atmosphere here for these Big Ten Men's Tennis Championships. It's not just the players into it, but you're hearing the activity from the fans.
Well, I'm not sure that our cameras picked up the speech Ty Tucker gave after they lost a doubles point, but I'm telling you right now, whatever it was, they're ahead on all 6 courts.
Let's jump to 4 singles. That is Seelig and Clark. See Seelig on top, 2-1.
And this scoreboard is going to be the one that moves the slowest, Larry.
That's right.
This one is going to be the one that moves the slowest. These guys are in grind school.
Zeke Clark is a senior out of Tulsa, Oklahoma, Riverfield Country Day High School.
Outstanding job. And product of the Tucker Tennis Academy. They do a great job. Graduating a lot of great seniors this year. I just saw this week. Congratulations to the Tucker Academy for all the work that they've done developing players.
Here is where we're at in the singles, and to your point, across the board, it's Buckeyes.
Yeah, the Buckeyes have come to play in singles. That scoreboard pressure I talked about in singles for the Illini is not present here. This is the Buckeyes almost in a street fight, getting punched in the mouth, drawing blood, and now they're throwing haymakers.
Let's go, Fiddler! Let's go, Fiddler! Let's go, Fiddler!
So back to 6. It's 40-30 Khalif. Khalif trying to even it here.
Here comes Cash again. And he's going right through that backhand. And that's outstanding. I mean, Ty Tucker is telling him, that's exactly what I told you, brother. Stay on it. That's exactly what I told you to do.
Ty Tucker in those patented baggy sweats. You're never going to see him in a pair of joggers.
You know what? He needs some room, just, you know, to kind of spread out a little bit. And he has to keep his notes and his drink and quite a few things in there. He's known for that. And I've known Ty for a long time, back junior tennis days, actually. So the story he told me this morning, I just couldn't believe, Larry. His first 3 years, they were 0-33 in the Big Ten as he was an assistant under John Daly.
Wow.
And then his first year as a head coach, they went 6-4 in the league, made the NCAA tournament, and he hasn't looked back since.
He's won the Big Ten Coach of the Year 13 of the last 15 years that it's been awarded. Just incredible.
And Adam Steinberg, well-deserved, got it this year for being able to beat him in the regular season.
Right. And of course, they have the brand new, $22 million tennis facility on the campus at Ohio State, named after Ty Tucker.
Yeah, and the scary thing is that Andres Pedroso and the Virginia Cavaliers came in there next week, made them go 1-1 the first weekend. So he quickly had to break that building, but I think they've done outstanding since. And well-deserved. Very few people have gone to a place, believed in a place, played at a place, and then built a dynasty at a place like he has. The only thing that's missing is the NCAA title for him, and hopefully he can prove that the Buckeyes are capable of doing that.
Here we are, 2 singles. Kingsley and Muncy.
Kingsley, 4 break points. He is just right now running well, striking well, competing well.
Well, we said 25-0 this year for Kingsley.
He also coming in had a lot of experience playing some of the best players in the world, top ITF juniors. And last year he got off to a great start. I had the fortune of commentating for him earlier this fall. He played in a professional tournament out in San Diego, Oracle. Did an outstanding job of creating a unique environment where there were pros, college players, and juniors all in the same tournament with prize money on the line. He lost in the finals to Brandon Holt, but had a great week there and has been, just really playing strong for the Buckeyes every moment he's been there.
He's in the near court here, was the coach's unanimous selection for Big Ten Player of the Year this year.
But he's barely even in the rankings. He's a top 10 collegiate player, and it's going to be a tricky year this year. The committees will have to do some interesting all factors methods to try to get the NCAA field set, because clearly the Big Ten is extremely strong. It's just happenstance that they did what was best for the league to keep the conference together and do the East and the West and all. And the Big Ten, for sure, should probably have 4 teams in.
Well, you would think Kingsley would be helped by the fact that he's 8-0 against ranked opponents as well, despite.
Yeah, he's. Some people, ego-wise, would be upset. I'm doing so well. Why am I playing the 2 line instead of the 1? Obviously, McNally is an outstanding 1. A lot of experience. And Ty Tucker does a great job of making sure everybody understands that the team is what this is about. When you have individual opportunities, you can do that as well. But the team is what this is here for. And you play your position and you destroy whoever's on the other side of the net. And he has just got the eye of a tiger right now.
5-1. So now we go to 5 singles.
Kingsley's also serving a lot better than yesterday. He really struggled when the wind gust came up, and I think today he's been taking his time more and obviously done a great job in the beginning. And Mr. Machine, we talked about on the outset, the 2 guys that have been the hot hands, both have 5 already.
So here is J.J. Tracy. 5-0 in games, 30-15 here in the 6th.
Come on! Here we go now!
Hunter Heck for Illinois, big live arm. He hits the forehand a ton. And I was impressed with him in doubles today, how great of a job he did with his hands and his feet. I think he's a little bit more sort of out of sorts so far at the beginning of this match. He hasn't been able to find his range. Him playing inside yesterday, I think of all of them so far, he looks to be the most affected by not having an outside match. His unforced error count is high, and Tracy is really dialed in. He measured really well yesterday and was able to deal with the against the wind and with the wind, because I think, Larry, when you change ends, the tennis changes a great deal out here in a match like this one. You're out here in a big field, and there's a lot of breeze.
Set point here for Tracy.
And that he does so well, an inside-out forehand, but he's not just staying back and relying on that. He's sneaking in and connecting the dots. What a great first set.
Back to 2 singles we go. 5-1 here, 15 all. .30-15 Kingsley.
The screaming is Kovacevic was able to break back, and he's 3-all with McNally now.
Let's go, Bisler! Let's go, Bisler! Let's go, Bisler! All day, Dick. All day, Dick. Come on, Daddy. All day, Dickie. Everybody have a tissue.
It's really strong on Kingsley physically.
So what do you think is going on in court 3 here, Mark? Obviously, there's a conversation with the chair.
Yeah, I just missed it. There was some discrepancy about the timing and the behavior with a call. And Brown has been really trying to plead his case for a while.
That match at 4-2 in set 1.
Set point for Kingsley. Missed the first serve.
So 40 all, no ad. Opportunity here for the set for Kingsley.
Big time serve. Completely different tennis player than yesterday. Confident, dominant, executing on all cylinders.
So back to 3 singles we go. They're back to play here. Trotter of Ohio State in the near court. Brown, Alex Brown, celebrating his birthday today.
Come on, baby. Come on, baby.
Has some family here supporting him. He was a key matchup yesterday for Illinois. Trotter's taking his time. This is a key moment, being able to consolidate this hold and go up 5-2. But it's always, in today's tennis, when you're on the near side of the screen, it's going to be a tougher job holding serve.
Yeah, the wind has not let up at all. It's still feels like a good 15 mile an hour, maybe gusting to 20.
Absolutely, and that's the rule. 50 degrees in temperature and 20 mile an hour winds. And definitely in the semifinal with Ohio State and Northwestern, the gusts were probably 30, and they finished the match that way, but the second match ended up going inside.
So here's where we are currently at. Each of these matches worth 1 point. First team to 4 is your Big Ten tournament champions. So let's go back to 3 singles. Here's Trotter and Brown. 30 all.
It's a big time shot. That ball was low. He was almost a little late getting there. He's been playing through Brown's forehand quite a bit, and Brown seems to be gun shy in terms of just letting it go. He's backing off and decelerating some, and as you saw there, with the wind, he's giving up a short ball, so it shows he's a little tentative right now on that side. He's been returning great through singles and doubles, but some of these rallies so far, he's not been able to find the range on the forehand. Good body serve by Trotter, good choice. Instead of trying to find narrow targets and serve to difficult locations when it's this breezy, just going hard into the body is a nice formula for some 3 points.
Big one here at 4 singles. Seelig and Clark.
I don't know what this rally started at, but we're already over 10. Let's just pretend. 17, 18, 19. Big time
the winner.
play. Major league experience from Seelig, and appears that he and Clark are setting up, going forehand to forehand until he takes his risk. Clark being really good on the backhand side, maybe slightly, more distance and length on his backhand than his forehand. So Seelig maybe trying to set up a lot more cross-court rallies that way.
Let's see what the serve in 2 singles. Return into the net. Let's see.
No ad point here on 1.
Big point. 3-3.
Great inside out forehand, back behind. Good choice. Sometimes, as you get later in the sets, it's nice to hit behind players and not always go to the open court. That's definitely where the wind help was.
Winner by Kovacevic, the 6-foot senior for the Illini. And in 1 singles, the Illini on top 4-3. One advantage Illinois is holding right now. So back to 2 singles where Kingsley is up a set. Second serve for Monty.
Good feel.
Good approach, too, by Kingsley.
I often, talk to my students back at the academy, Larry, and regardless if you win the first set or you lose it, the first game of the second set is almost a stage in of itself. You want to win the first game of the second set, and if you won the first set, establish more, hey, this is where this is going. If you lost the first set, short-term memory, moving in a different direction.
Well, Monty's certainly trying to move this in a different direction, and he does. Ooh, that's a little long on the serve. So second serve.
And the other dynamic that's important, a lot different than junior tennis or even pro tennis, is how the balls are handled in college. They get a new can of balls every set. Where junior tennis, you only get a new can of balls after 2 sets, and then the pros, you're switching after 7 and 9. So the ball dynamic and how that relates to big serves and big ground strokes are an important aspect of college tennis.
We'll go to 6 singles now. It's Robert Cash, has his shoe off.
He's in a good position in this set. They definitely need him in this position, so hopefully he's not in a bad position with this ankle.
So as Robert Cash continues to look at that ankle, we'll pop over to 5 singles. Hunter Heck in the near court, J.J. Tracy, the freshman from Ohio State in the far.
Great job. That's exactly where the wind's blowing, and being able to dictate with that backhand cross court. Tracy has great geometry. Heck holding the first game. Trying to just every single time you lose a quick set, 6-love or 6-1 like that, you want to keep the opponent out there as long as possible, because this college competition sometimes there's a feeding of one court to the next. And your opponents, you know, I feel like yesterday when Cleve lost his second set, should have closed out the match. The fact that Zeke Clark's match was still going next to him gave him a lot of energy, and he was able to close out because of that. So even though Clark lost, I think he helped his teammate win. But I don't know. We'd have to bring in Nadal or Djokovic or somebody to take J.J. Tracy down, because this guy is calm, cool. Yeah. I was really impressed yesterday for a young player. He just keeps his focus, he keeps executing, doesn't beat himself, and stays in a wonderful emotional mindset all the way through it.
Evens set 2 at 1 apiece.
He's almost behaving like he's an upperclassman. He's new.
So we'll switch courts once again, this time moving to 3 singles. Trotter and Brown. Alex Brown, near court from Urbandale, Iowa.
It's an interesting choice. I think he wants to rally there, but I'm not sure the approach there was the right choice. I think he might want to be physical there. Brown putting the pressure on Trotter to have to close it out. That's what you have to do.
Bit of 1 singles here. I think we have a break opportunity.
McNally was up 3-1 in this one. And all these games have been highly contested, and there's been a lot of deuce points.
Kovacevic up 4-3. Opportunity to break.
Yeah, well, when you rip a winner like that, you want to say, yeah, it was good.
It's great.
That's good sportsmanship. That's a great kicker. Johnny Mack is hitting that kicker right in the corner. Outstanding location for that. And psychologically, Kovacevic was kind of walking away like he had already won the game, so that a little bit on his head there.
So no ad point coming up. Here in 1 singles between John McNally, Alex Kovacevic. And he breaks.
Just popped out of his knee bend a little bit too quick on the top of it. That makes this number 6 situation with Cash's ankle even that much more important.
Right. So 5-3. braced it up. You can see the braces on that right ankle now.
Yeah, and he plays quick points, but still, there's a certain athleticism you need to have to stay in the point until your opportunity, to plan on the serve and volley, to defend, to push up and serve. So, yeah, these are big moments for the Buckeyes here. He takes off a little bit to make sure he makes the serve. Sometimes it's psychologically tricky when your opponent gets an injury. Let's see how Cleve handles this. Makes an unforced error because he's been stale for a while. He's been sitting around waiting, and now in his mind, he's almost not even focusing on the way he was playing. He's thinking, oh, I just want to move him around and see if I can, you know, break his leg. It's a big game here. Serve volley, and he makes, oh, he just missed the volley, just missed it wide. Oh, it was overruled? Oh my goodness, it was called good. We're pretty far away from that one. I don't have a stance one way or the other on that, but that was overruled. What an out. Big timing on that call.
So again, another no-ad point here.
Yeah, but does he serve and volley this? Yeah. Does he stay back? What's his choice? It goes body, and the block return is wide because the wind is blowing to the left, folks. Anything you float, Mother Nature takes. What composure to limp his way to a hold.
So back to our 4 singles match between Seelig and Clark. Seelig with an opportunity to go up 5-3. They're still on the first.
Yeah, we're back to our clay court battle here.
That's right.
French Open on court 4.
Long return from Seelig, and Zeke Clark evens it at 4.
Yeah, it's a little tight from Seelig, uncharacteristic. Overplayed a forehand wide and then pushed a backhand long. Those were 2 big ground strokes there. Again, the Illini only need 3 points where the Buckeyes need 4. It's hard to find 4 sometimes when the teams are so evenly matched. Again, Ohio State and Illinois both going to the NCAA. This is more of a situational bragging right, and possibly the winner of this is probably guaranteed a host for the NCAAs. I'd say the Big Ten this year, you know, with these 2 teams, Michigan and Northwestern, really is probably the question mark here, Larry. Very deserving, probably a top 35 team, and hopefully Harvest One and the Wildcats get a chance to jump in there, because the Big Ten deserves 4 or 5 teams every year. They've historically had that many. Big time drop shot. I love the drop shot against the wind. With the wind on clay, if the person's really in bad position, but against the wind, you almost put a little backspin on it and it just dies, and it's a good choice, especially inside the court.
Come on, Cole, right here, kid, right here, kid.
Where Alex was there. Set points. And there comes McNally.
Oh, and a shot by Kovacevic.
What a scramble. Tom was in perfect position and just didn't do enough with the backhand volley. Outstanding pass. It's several close, hard-fought games, but first set to the Illini.
So the winner by Kovacevic. He takes set 1, 6-3. Here is four singles.
Clark,
Wow.
after getting that break, just holds at love. Yeah, and that's their chant. You hear the all-day Zeke a lot. and that's the only quick game that those two have had in 9 games.
Here is Cash and Khalif.
And here he comes again. But, you know, there he's not split-stepping. He's not athletically balancing himself there. Khalif gets the pass by him. The one thing I'll say about Khalif is that he tends to sort of roll and shape, and because he's not always being as early and physical as he can be, he may not be sort of challenging Cash east-west. If someone's having a difficult time with an ankle, you know, you want to push him hard left and right. Khalif's going to have to run around and use his forehand and try to put some miles on Cash's shoes here and see if he's really capable of going the distance in this match now. That's nice reaction. Great return down the middle, trying to challenge him to create an angle, and stepped off of that one and snapped a wonderful pass and shot inside out. Cash with the win, trying to shorten the points and come forward, which he should be able to do. Against the win, I'm not sure what his formula is going to be, but overplayed it, just missed.
So Noe Khalif holds, makes it 5-3. Khalif has won 13 in a row on the year. Here's back to Trotter and Brown in 3 singles.
Big time serve. Trotter actually had a 2-hand backhand. He was coming out of juniors, and they actually made a switch to it.
Seelig and Clark again in 4, 5-4.
Missed it wide.
Wide.
A lot of passing shot defense, and lobs are going wide left. These players need to factor that crosswind into their passing shot locations.
Since Michigan won these championships back in 1996, it's been one of these two teams every other year. The Illini with 11 titles, their most during that run from 97 to 2005 when they won 8 of 9. Ohio State in the middle right now have a run 12 of the last 14. Trying to make it 13 of 15.
Yeah, 2012 and 2015, Illinois was victorious there.
Still very deliberate there between Seelig and Clark. That 4 singles matchup. Zeke Clark, the 5'8" senior, up 5-4 and 30-15. Gets around it. Good hustle there by Clark.
He's Mr. Hustle. There's nothing like it. They gave me an amazing story. They said that Zeke Clark has been taking Heck under his wing and doing some mental training, just taking him on runs and all different types of physical challenges and just trying to get his mind and body tougher, because he's sort of the heart and soul of mental toughness on this team. They'll definitely miss that when he's gone.
He's even at 30 here. It's at 5-4. Clark looking to break for the point. Or for the set, excuse me.
He almost gets this back. He
guessed right.
This is the Energizer Bunny. I mean, turns over his, he dives into the scoreboard. I probably would be safe to say he's the Big Ten choice for the All-Madden team.
So Seelig is at 40-30 now, Seelig?
Correct.
Yep. Shows 30s, but Seelig here now.
Oh, ooh, goodness, and here we go again. He has struggled on game point.
So here we are, 40.
That critical period at 4-3 ahead, where he wasn't able to take care of those 2 ground strokes, and now he is down a set point.
Long rally again here between Seelig and Clark.
Outstanding. Unbelievable by Seelig. I mean, just waited for the right moment to give that one risk, and he cleaned house on that backhand against the wind, laced it.
They're even at 5 in set number 1. Now to 5 singles between Heck and Tracy. And after losing the first set 6-0.
This is critical, because after Ohio State is down, the doubles point, they need a quick point on the scoreboard. And obviously they're looking at Tracy and Kingsley for it. Kingsley's in position to try to possibly offer, but now Heck has come roaring back. He's gotten more comfortable now. He's found his bearings, hitting his big forehands, moving better. So we got a ball game down here at number 5 singles now. There it is. He's picking and choosing it. Because he has so much firepower, he can play through the breeze when he wants. When he actually sets up the point the right way, he can take the right risks.
(30-15) Heck.
And the one thing about serving, you have the ability in there area to just redo your toss. You can, within the rules, timing-wise, you get 20, 25 seconds. You can feel the breeze blowing, and you can hold off for a second, let the gust stop, and then try, so you have a better chance of locating it. Big time for him.
Nice job.
But inside,
there.
Yeah, I don't like the inside in there. He runs around. He's got a very small space to play in there. He could have just run that inside out and let the wind carry Heck right out of our screen. Tried to fit it back behind. I just think down 30-15 at that moment, that wasn't a good time for that risk. Much easier said from the booth, though, Larry. I haven't been out there since 1989 playing, so gotta respect it. The players that are out here battling.
Come on! Come on!
Let's jump down to 6 singles.
Yeah, Cash was up 5-2, lost both of those games with the wind. And now he's against the wind, trying to battle and fight here. I mean, this is true grit. This is John Wayne stuff here. We have no idea how much he's in pain here, but he has to keep fighting for his team. Yeah, that's a great, that's just so smart. With the wind, heavy roll, get it to kick. And when we were last at this court, it seemed like he was moving okay to his left, hitting a few backhands, but he didn't look like he wanted any part of that sprint to the right, and that right ankle's the one that's taped.
Let's go over to 4 singles. Here is Seelig and Clark.
Big hole by Zeke.
So back over to 6 we go.
Double set point.
Here we go, other way. Come on, Novel.
Long complete from Cash.
That one choice,
Wow.
Larry, that one choice. He had a forehand with time. Go back to what you were doing with the heavy roll cross to his forehand. He's got the ankle brace on the right foot. Oh, my goodness, that choice. It's amazing. And then he floats the chip. Ty Tucker is walking slow with him. And proud of him, but he's got more work to do.
So here we go, 5 singles now. Heck has made quite the comeback here in the second set after dropping the first, 6-0.
And it's important because Tracy's been, cleaning house in the league, and so he hasn't had a ton of resistance. So the actual mental dynamic of him being in a match with the potential of taking a loss is a dynamic he hasn't felt and experienced too much. Wow, that's so good. So good, love that. He knew he could be physical cross court, and the cross one helped him. That pulls Heck so wide that the volley doesn't have to be that great. Take Heck completely out of the screen with the crosswind and just dump the volley. That's great against the wind, approaching it. Tennis has changed a little bit, Larry. People sometimes will say in the old school you had to approach down the line all the time because of the angles. But now with Luxilon era and how these kids hit the ball, it's so physical. You can really hurt someone and push them to an uncomfortable position outside of the sideline, and you can use that as an approach shot leverage. Missed it.
So now we head to 2. No ad here. 4-2. Kingsley. Second set.
That was a really close, and it's too close for it to call from here. That was millimeters, so either it's on the back of the line or it would have been just out. That's exactly why in the pros they have a challenge system. Tifos is incredibly, sportsmanlike guy, and you like to think that he was probably making the right call there. But the refs are in a tough position. They know how tight these matches are. They know what's at stake, and they want to make sure that the players are given the benefit of the doubt. That's a tough one. Can't call it from here.
So 5-2 there on court 2 between Kingsley and Monsey. Now back to Court one. One singles, McNally and Kovacevic.
Let's go, Hunter!
Great pass.
On the line.
Great pass by John McNally.
So 3-1 now, McNally in the second set.
That's tough. It's going to be on Selig's racket. Clark is going to say, hey, you know, this is an Ironman competition. We haven't even finished the swim yet. We got a bike and a run. This is going to take a while. If you can hit the winners out here in this win, then, you know, okay, too good. But Zeke is going to make him have to earn it. Yeah, that it is. It's on the forehand of Selig. It's on the forehand of Selig. Gonna keep looking to stay in that, particularly working some rolls, getting Z Clark to reach a little bit.
Quickly go to two here. Match point, Kingsley, 40 love. Won the first 6-1. That's wide.
Yeah, just overshooting the serve +1 there, but he has had it going the entire time. He's kept his unforced errors down, even in the breeze. He's served better than yesterday. He's played with passion. He's dictated. He's dominated. Seafoss hasn't had a bad day. He just hasn't been able to sort of solve the Ken and Kingsley riddle. And I think that last overrule was sort of the last dagger in this Buckeye coffin. Bingo.
The winner.
That's big boy stuff right there, folks. He brought it.
Cannon Kingsley gives the Buckeyes their first singles point. The sophomore out of New York. 6-1, 6-2 over Muncie. So now we are 1-1.
Clean match. Really, with the passion, the energy. Now you have to get on the backs of your teammates. Coach Kronagi giving them the pound. Coach Kronagi, for the longest time, had the combined, actually still has the combined singles and doubles record for the Buckeyes. Most wins combined. And Cobelt now has passed him up on the doubles wins. But assistant coach Justin Anti, long-standing.
Here we are, 6-all. Selig and Clark in the tiebreaker.
Missed it. But Justin Kronag, again, like I was saying, one of the winningest Buckeyes, so no one knows more about getting it done for the team than Justin Kronag, assistant coach. Another Ohio product and former #1 Midwest junior as well. Z Clark, uncharacteristic, overplayed a forehand out of his strike zone there. Ball's a little low, and he tried to create some width. I think that, you know, Selig's executed a little bit and put some pressure on him to make him feel like he needs to go bigger. But
there is Selig 2-1 now.
With the wind at his back for these first 6 points, and probably looking to extend the lead and try to get a 4-2 or 5-1 out of this stretch.
While that's going on, let's hop over to one singles here. McNally has really turned it on here in the second set, up 4-1 and 15 love here in this game. 15 all.
John did a wonderful job against the wind, shortening the points, not letting Kovacevic dictate with his forehand. McNally was rushing him and coming to the net a little bit the last 2 games. Smart serve.
There's standing here in the match. It's a race to 4. First team to win 4 total matches, including doubles, and it's 1-1. Illinois won the doubles point, and Ohio State has taken the first singles point with the Kingsley victory at. So now we're here at 6 singles. One. J.J. Tracy, Hunter Heck at 5.
And now this ever important first game of the third. Tracy missing on the forehand. He's had such great margins and understanding of where to hit his rally forehands all tournament long. And now he's facing some pressure. This is the moment. Sometimes it's everything's a little different sometimes in the moment.
A great response from Heck in set 2 to win it 6-3.
And he's bouncing around like he wants to play all day now. He has a completely different disposition and attitude. That's the shot that worries me. With the wind picking up, if he gets tight on the backhand, he starts steering it. If he's not feeling confident, then that can fly. Got to be able to put some cover on that cross-court backhand right now.
So Heck will have an opportunity to break down there. 3-3 between Seelig and Clark in 4 singles.
That's a good job by Clark to keep that scoreboard tight against when he's so athletic and he fights and runs so well. It's not that easy to put the ball away against him. And now Z can use the forehand roll and shape and try to get the ball up a little bit higher and make it more difficult for Seelig to take his risks.
Tracy and Heck. Important
there's a lot
first game here of this third set.
A lot of momentum on this, Larry. That's the ball he likes. That inside out. That's the one that I really think sets up so much for him.
So Tracy holds, yeah.
Yeah, but he used the heavy roll with the shape, let the wind take Heck completely out of our screen, and then he tied it together with a volley, right? Instead of trying to hit a winner from the baseline, snuck in and actually ran a nice little all-court play with the wind. That was great execution on the pressure point by J.J. Tracy.
So here at one singles, McNally leads 40-15 and 4-2 in the second.
And showing some experience because he had just had a bad patch for 4 or 5 minutes in that first set. Obviously, he's going to be needed. You don't know who it's going to take to get the 4 points out of this one. You got Cash up a set on a bad leg, Seelig and Clark in a breaker, Trotter and Brown in a tight one, Tracy and Heck in the third set. Yeah. If there was such a thing as a plot thickening,
wow,
it's getting thick, Larry. It's getting thick out here.
Terrific serve And the winner by McNally, 5-2 in the second set.
And understand that in the rankings, when these two teams played February 21st, it was number 6 versus number 9 in the nation. It's just been a challenge when they haven't had the interplay with some of the other programs, so they're underranked. These Big Ten programs are obviously some of the top, not just players, teams in the country, but these two teams have sent players on the pro tour. I mean, Blas Rolas, Kevin Andersons. I mean, these are developmental programs that are sending players out to the top 300 and 400 in the world. Obviously, Kova is playing and still, ATP ranked right now for the school. So these are just interesting times this year with how the committee will have to decide to sort out the Big Ten. But they deserve, I think, at least 4 teams in the tournament this year.
Yeah, you look at some of the computer rankings, and they certainly sit down a ways, but it is because of the competition. They've only been in conference. You look at the Tennis Channel, the USTA College Tennis Top 25. These two teams are 7 and 8. You think that's fairly representative, or maybe more representative of where they're at?
Yeah, I think they're for sure both should be able to host, but we'll see tomorrow.
Yeah.
When the show comes out, the teams are selected on Monday, and the individual and singles and doubles are on Tuesday.
$30 here, Trotter and Brown.
That's a routine forehand. He's been building through the forehand of Brown. And, it's almost surprising. Sometimes when you're against the wind and you miss long, you think, oh, I did everything I needed to do. He was kind of rehearsing his swing like, isn't that what I was supposed to do there? It's the self-corrective part of tennis is interesting.
Double break here for Brown to go up 5-3.
That's a good job. He kept his feet settled. He got the ball in the right spot. He waited till Brown committed and then went to the open court when he saw that slight movement.
We'll jump over to 4 singles quickly. It's 6-4 Seelig.
And the Ironman competition.
Seelig in the near, looking for the first set.
Just about to get out of the pool.
Good shot by Clark. Seelig got to it.
Yeah, Clark's taking more risks now. Oh, he's taking more risks now.
Cross winner.
That is really, he started the point playing measured and then halfway through just switched gears in the point. That is big time clutch.
So we'll keep it here with Seelig and Clark, but let you know down in 5 singles, Tracy's gone up 2-0 in the third.
It's big. That first game gave him the shot in the arm that he needed. That was an outstanding combination he used to get out of that game and stop the momentum. He was all over that kick serve. He was already moving left.
Seelig
saw the opening,
forced,
but didn't put enough height on it.
6-6.
Mishit created a bunch of width and a lane to lace it, but against the wind, he still has to put enough height on it.
Here is at 1, and it's now 40-30.
2 set points saved by Kovacevic, and McNally again is really playing within himself. Now he has this eye of a tiger look in his eye. Now he's accepted that this is a fight. He knows how important it is. He's come up with some pretty good decision making. I think some adjustments as this match has gone on. And now opportunity here to give the Bucks another set. That's just too good. Falling backwards, backhand up the line, clean winner. Great serve as well. And he walks it off like, yeah, no big deal.
That's right.
I meant to do that. Yeah, that's how I do it. That's how I erase 3 set points. That's cool.
Still sitting at 6-6 in the tiebreaker between Seelig and Clark. Here we are. No ad.
Outstanding.
Long.
Outstanding serving.
And we go to 4, and Seelig just won it 7-6.
So now he has set point. Have to win by 2 in the tiebreakers. Coach Kornagi's giving him some encouragement. Justin, a man of few words, but always important quality words. It's tough.
Sevens.
It's tough. You know, you're sitting there thinking, okay, is it time to pull the trigger? Who am I to say? I think he should have shaped it a little bit more and created just a bit more space. He has the wind to help him, so there's no reason for him to pull the trigger that early, but these are tense moments. That's just amazing tennis. And the forehand aggression, just being able to trust it. But see, he lost that set point because he pulled the trigger on the 3rd ball. Here, he worked the point, and Justin has got his arm around him, telling him, hey, man, I'm proud of you, but you got to keep working, you know? Now go back to work again. You plus Mother Nature should be enough to get over this hump. But Zeke Clark is on the other side. He's Mr. Peloton. He's Mr. Marathon. He's Mr. Everything-a-thon. And he's not letting this one go. The Illini, again, only need 3 points. So first set right now, and this one is really important.
Second serve upcoming for Clark. Seelig looking to take the first set. Up 8-7 in the tiebreaker. And he does. Return long from Clark.
Just long.
And it was quite the marathon. 7-6. Seelig 9-7 in the tiebreaker.
Both guys need a snack, a nap, and an IV to start the second.
Let's check in on one quickly. 40-15. McNally here serving to even this at a set apiece.
John, growing up in Cincinnati, got a chance to be really closely involved with the professional tournament there.
Let's go to 3 singles.
After being down 4-3 in that second set and break points for Alex Brown to go up 5-3. Trotter has turned this one around, and this is, talking to Ty Tucker last night, he thought this was a key position for this match. Here he comes.
Trotter approaches.
Just missed it.
And so Trotter.
He's got some more match points.
They didn't call it long.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's been a big 3 minutes here from Ohio State. He can consolidate this. Nice job.
And the Buckeyes have won the first 2 singles points here in the Big Ten Championships. Trotter takes down Alex Brown. And now Ohio State with a 2-1 lead over the Illini.
Great movement by Trotter. Setting the table, coming forward and finishing is definitely what you want to do when it's time to close out. You want to be using your strengths, leverages, weapons, wind to come forward and close.
So back down to 5 singles.
Tracy had a 2-love lead here in the third and was broken.
Long from Heck.
Yeah, he was a little in between, slightly indecisive, launched that one. Just a combination of slight nerves and being a little unsure about what he wanted to do with that shot. Have to hit with conviction here. The aggression and the spin brings the ball back down. Again, new balls in the beginning of the third set as well. Helps out the players that can be offensive with enough top spin cover. That's well hit. That's commitment that he needs to have. And that's the place that he can hit it hard and obviously be safe. The inside out ball is the place right now where he can actually unload.
4 matches still ongoing here in this 2021 Big Ten Men's Tennis Championships. 2 singles matches already in the books. Both went to the Buckeyes. Recapping, the Illini won the doubles point, so it's 2-1 Ohio State. And here's a look at where we're at right now. So Kingsley and Trotter both winning for the Buckeyes, all even in 1 singles. The lead for Ohio State in 4 singles. Slight lead in 5. And here is 5.
Then the Heck actually just helped. So now we're at 2-all after a quick 2-all lead for Tracy and a lot of momentum. Now this one is going to go to the wire.
So am I right, Mark? Tracy had 2 opportunities there to break in 5 singles? Or just 1?
Yeah, he just had 1.
1.
He just had 1. They had a no-ad point here.
Right.
With Heck serving him 1-2.
Good winner by Tracy.
Yeah, too handsy. Didn't have any body weight behind that shot, so it sat short. Now he's going to get crushed. big moments for the freshman of the year.
.40 love for Tracy here, trying to go up 3-2.
And these moments are big. I don't want Heck to take any gambles or chances at the wrong time. You have to play every point full engagement right now. Really key.
And he goes up 3-2 in the third. So the two freshmen battling it out there in 5 singles. J.J. Tracy for Ohio State. Hunter Heck out of New Brighton, Minnesota for the Illini. Now back to 1. Early on here in the third set.
Oh, that's good defense. Hey, McNally was fortunate enough to get some transition points against the win last time, but I think Kovacevic is seeing his sneaking early, and he got his hands ready and was able to feel that chip down. That's not an easy ball to volley once the wind helps it, and it's got a biting slice on it, and it's below net level. So I understand McNally trying to sneak there, but big moments here. Love 30. Big time, sir. These guys do their work in the weight room, because when you're out here late in the match, third set, battling, fighting, competing, you've got the abs and the strength to get up and snap 100+ mile-an-hour serves against the wind for aces. It's a testament to the fit. No, these kids are working extremely hard, 20 hours a week. And here it comes. Well done. It's just different, you know. It's not John McEnroe or Jimmy Connors with their shirts off, you know, back in the day.
That's right.
These kids now they're specimen.
It's another Johnny Mac, right?
Yeah, it's a different Johnny Mac body-wise, that's for sure.
So it comes back to even it at 30.
Dad McNally's here watching on, cheering him on too. Great family support by the McNallys. That's a big time ball. Physical, good choice. Kovacevic slipped a little bit there, but that's the way to just produce that shot. And McNally's been in so many of these situations. He's seen tennis, like I said before, the time he spent in Cincinnati around the pro tour. He's been a ball boy. He's been a hitting partner for Roger Federer. He's been there, seen it all. Obviously, he has a sister out there doing it. The question is Lynn on the court teaching right now, or is she watching? Lynn, are you watching? Hopefully she's watching. That's tough. I mean, he's trying to do the right thing. He's trying to be physical and hit the ball and not allow Kova to have time on the forehand and move him around. It's just bad luck to miss that forehand there by 6 to 8 inches now. It's up against it.
So a no ad here. Kovacevic looking to break.
That's a heck of a choice. That's a clutch choice. Body serve backhand, knew he was going to get a floater, and then sticks the volley back behind. Look at the tennis IQ there. Johnny Mack. I mean, that is the old school Johnny Mack, huh? Not the lefty version, but the righty Buckeye version. That's damn good.
Now to 4 singles. Marathon between Seelig and Clark continuing.
Just starting the biking. they're just starting the biking in this one. That's a good ball. And that's an unbelievable get. The backhand by Z Clark, but the geometry and how low he was able to take that wide backhand, defend the wind, it just shows you how strong. Actually, when he first came, I would say if there was a such thing as bending your knees too much, Larry, I would say that Z Clark would bend his knees too much. When I first watched him and came to Illinois with that, you have to get low. There's some yoga Pilates moves that he's going on for those wide balls to defend. It's a big, big. Seelig's trying to do anything he can to try to create some space. And a bad shank there. Wow, that's a big 2 points. Yeah, they call him all day Zeke. This match at 4 is gonna take all day.
Tracy and Heck. 5 singles. Tracy up 4 games to 2 in the third and 30-15.
Yeah, that team support is key. You know, you've been out here battling now for a while, and 2 hours and 12 minutes into this, and this doesn't have an end in sight yet. Team support is outstanding. So he can hit the backhand through a little bit more on this side. The other side was where he was struggling with the missed a lot. Overplaying that corner is tough, and you have to get the right mix of power and spin coming in that corner.
So now Tracy, a game away from giving the Buckeyes a 3-1 lead, and what a big win that would be for Ohio State in 5 singles. So back to our 1 singles on court 1 between McNally and Kovacevic.
And just recently, McNally was facing that break point with that outstanding serve volley play. That gives him a shot in the arm, and now he's been passionate, hustling, competing, doing everything he can. He just came in on a nice approach shot, giving triple break. Outstanding backhand return. And there it is. That backhand return John McNally has it. That's pro level stuff. I mean, it's one of the best backhand returns I've ever seen for a college player. Really simple and clean, great mechanics. Got to give credit to Harper's Point. I almost got the Ohio club wrong earlier. This is a tough one because this is not just dragging on. It's become physical and long. Cash has not been able to find his way into the net as quickly. Cleef is keeping him out there, and Brad Dam just let him know, hey, man, you know what? I don't care how long it takes. You get this one this number 6 match.
Yeah.
Start taking some pages from the number 4 match. Let's take this to the French Open.
Yeah, so just a reset here in 6 singles. This is Robert Cash near court, Noe Cleef far court. Cash, specific matchup here by Ty Tucker. And Cash rolled the ankle and was looking at it earlier, put on the brace. You can see the black brace on his right ankle, and as you said, he hasn't approached nearly as much since.
Well, it's just tough now. You're struggling, ailing. Your opponent knows it. Now you have to figure out how to execute. He knows that, you know, regardless, he has to stay out here right now for the team. This is tough. He was in a race to 4 with the other team having the doubles point. Can't allow them to have the second. Got to keep competing and doing the best that he can. It's just hard. Like every one of these, like low, wide shots, high running away to the forehand, all of it. It's
So in 2 singles, it was Kingsley winning and Trotter in 3 singles to give the Buckeyes the only 2 points thus far in singles. The Illini winning the doubles point, so it's 2-1. And the Buckeyes close in 5 singles. And here is 6 singles. Approach there.
wow.
You can see.
Yeah, it's Braveheart. This is, you know, red badge of courage here. Robert Cash is doing the best he can. And
Ty Tucker.
you knew that more was going to be tough. But it's these conference battles, Larry, that prepare you the best for the NCAA. Getting through your conference and being a conference champion it's a Purple Heart, but it's just a pressure test. Get you ready to go battle all the other conferences. And I think that the Big Ten has a lot to prove here in this NCAA tournament to show everyone how strong of a conference they are.
Let's go down to 5. Tracy leading 5-3 in the third, up 15-love, trying to close this out for Ohio State and make it 3 straight singles matches for the Buckeyes. And McNally just went up 3-1 in 1 singles as well, so it makes this an even bigger win for the Buckeyes.
It's even bigger because Illinois, believes that Kova should be able to win that match, and they like him in that matchup, and obviously this is a revenge match for John McNally at 1. But talked about it on the beginning of the show. The hot hands,
right.
Kingsley and Tracy have undefeated dual records. Undefeated. It's just amazing. Regardless of what schedule, what conference, who you played, to be undefeated the entire season, deep into the 20s of dual matches with how close and how good collegiate athletics are. Big Ten conferences definitely has some strong teams and a lot of experienced players. He's young, playing seniors in some instances. Freshman on a freshman in a big moment.
Yep. There's J.J. Tracy. You heard Mark say 19-0 coming into these Big Ten championships in duels. 16-0 in the Big Ten. Big Ten Freshman of the Year, trying to close out this 5 singles match for the Buckeyes. Now 30 all. Tucker was a two-time All-American at Ohio State himself. He won #1 singles as a freshman.
An amazing junior as well. He's playing in the era. Wins over Agassi. Ty was the real deal.
Michael Chang
had some injuries when he was coming through on the pro end of things, but he understands it. He's been there, and like we mentioned before, has been able to offer the right guidance. Took his eye off it. That was the big forehand right there. Looking at where he wanted to hit it. And it's a tough shank. And then the no-ad scoring. Again, 30-40 is not 1 break point. It is 2 break points.
Right. Big opportunity here for Hunter Heck.
He's going to go back to this. The forehand rope-a-dope play, but he makes the first down. Wow.
Well, that was a big one for the Illini and for Hunter Heck.
Keeps going, and Illinois has won the second set down at 6.
So back to 1 singles. Kovacevic pulling back to within 1, 3-2 in the third. McNally had that 3-1 lead. Back over to 4. And if it comes down to this, we might want to grab a lounge chair for the rest of it, right?
It could.
Yeah.
It most definitely could. But now you're already in the third set at position 6. But it's going to be a tall order for Cash to pull that out with the challenges that he's going through his ankle.
So how important, Mark, right now is 1 and 5 singles for the Buckeyes? It almost feels like if they want to close this out without going to the Sealy-Clark matchup, you have to win both of those.
You want McNally and Tracy to get this thing done in 15 minutes. Yep. If this spins to Clark versus Sealy 2 hours later. The tough thing about it was that Tracy lost that last game, having the wind to help him, and he wasn't able to spot his rally balls. There's also a lot of chess playing and dynamics to the coaching of these matches, right? Talked to Justin Kroenke about it, and I said, well, how do you size up who plays where? I mean, not say who plays, but who coaches where, and he says it varies a little bit. Yeah, you got Coach Marco Haase there, who's an outstanding coach in his own right. Seldom hears his name called a bunch, but one of the key reasons why Illinois stayed the top 15 program for so many years here. And sees it, understands the tennis, gets it, has an amazing relationship with the players. And that's what you need in these moments. Tracy's trying to close out, and all of a sudden, here's Heck right back there. That coaching element is key. And now Tracy can't find the court. Wow. Man, this is... He's telling him to get the ball up on him a little bit. Make him reach a little bit for the forehand. It's not just that he won the game. Yeah, it's not that he just won the game. He won the game quickly. Yep. That's even more powerful. That's the sort of the feeling, the guilt. And it's crazy. They have the dog pound going. Illinois is never off of the cheering machine. And if you've ever been inside Atkins Tennis Center when it's going on,
boy.
yeah, it's loud in there. Yeah, this has been a great 5 minutes for Illinois. With Heck coming back, Cleef winning the second set.
Kovacevic. Another break opportunity here.
Such an important dynamic, the let rule. And in college tennis, the reason why the women don't play lets and the men do is often the men are serving 120, 130, and someone wants to erase an ace sort of dishonestly. They just say, oh, it was a let, take two. For the speed of the serve. So now just playing lets, it's a tricky. You could get let court aces, all kinds of disruption like on that last return for.
3 great serves there by McNally. Facing break points.
Yeah, these are big moments. Yeah, John McNally saw it, and he wanted that baseline game. He was happy to just dig in and grind and fight and make those grounders.
He was at 40 love there, and now 40 all. That was long.
Another no-ad against the win for Johnny McNally. Oh my God. Wow. What are you telling me? What are you telling me?
A little smile.
I mean,
and a look straight back. Big smile.
Oh my God. Is Steve Contardi watching this one in Harper's? Is this on the TVs upstairs?
5 singles. Good one here. 30 all. 5 apiece in the third. Tracy came roaring out of the gate. Won the first. Heck answered.
Crossmark, missed it wide, overshooting it. Not necessary. Just nerves in the moment. And Heck is just pumping himself up. Interesting story. He was a Minnesota native. Jeff Young had his son, Gavin hitting some with him, and that's how they got referred. Then he trained in Boca Raton to his high school years. I'm surprised at that. He needed to just hang in there a little bit longer. Tracy couldn't afford to take a risk there, and the wind was helping him. He needed to just keep massaging. Again, the heart rates are pumping. These kids are excited. It's so easy to stand up here in the booth and say whatever. I don't want to disrespect how these guys are handling these moments, but.
A no ad point here becomes another break opportunity for Heck.
That's a good ball. That's a good combination. Wow. That's a good combination. That's what Coach Marcos told him. He told him to get the ball up over Tracy's forehand until you get the ball you want. Good coaching, good execution. Wow, what a turnaround.
So the break by Heck gives him a 6-5 lead in set 3. Now back at 1.
This is that baseline game Johnny McNally wants. Kovacevic wants to rip across court forehand, and Johnny McNally doesn't want to let him happen. And he is staying in there. Oh, that's tough.
What a shot.
McNally set it up well. I mean, you have to say that that's where he wanted to be. Sneaking in the volley of floater. Just didn't cut it short wide enough. And Kova on the dead run snaps off a forehand. And that's one of the hardest things, Larry. The people on the open stance running forehand can be dangerous. They can be. And wherever we focus our attention for a second, you look someplace else, and then what do you know? Kyle Seelig has come back at number 4. It's a 3-all.
Yeah.
And Robert Cash on half a leg is up 2-0 in the third.
Wow.
Oh,
wow.
goodness.
We're looking down on 5 singles. And the return volley from Heck went off the top of the tape over the head.
Yeah, the passing shot let court winner. Tracy had put himself in great position after a nice slice backhand approach shot. Cover it perfectly and let court over his head.
Love. Heck trying to close it out. And this would be a big one for the Fighting Illini.
Oh,
pass. Down to 1.
this is a big moment for the Buckeyes here. Chance to go 5-2. Uncharacteristic. Wow, it's a big moment.
So 4-3 McNally in the third. Let's go back to 5. Now 30-15. Great passing shot by Tracy.
Completely tight.
For the match for Heck.
Here he comes.
And Heck got it.
That is
Big
one
win by
hell of a tennis
Hunter
match.
Heck.
That is one hell of a tennis match. Unbelievable to hand him his first loss. Wow. At that time, this moment, with everything on the line. Alisar Magellan and Boca Raton have got to be rejoicing on that one. Reason why he is in the starting lineup.
Well, his mentor, Zeke Clark, would be proud.
Yeah, Zeke got him tougher because you don't take a 6-0 loss. Yeah, this one's going to go all the way.
One singles, back we go.
John McNally is serving 4-3 with the wind at his back. One backhand return away from being on a 5-2. This is airtight at 1 still, even though he has a break. Boy, that's good tennis. Great spacing, good footwork on the open stance running there. Those are not easy shots. To take that slice as it's sitting there and land it and then just snap it on the run and finish it with a winner. Keeping it up and down. Yeah, it's big boy stuff there from Johnny Mack. Yeah, he really is. He's behaving like he wants this ball. He's behaving like he wants the moment. He's accepting, and that's the experience we talked about in the beginning. That Seelig and Johnny Mack have to step up big. Kingsley came through. J.J. Tracy, bad luck. Couldn't close out with the wind at his back. Just missed it wide. That's a hell of a service game. Wow. Now, so Illinois trying to figure out how they can get themselves to 4. They need Z Clark to get this second set. They need Noah Cleve to come back from down a break down there at 6.
Match is still being contested at 1, 4, and 6 singles. 2 and 3 singles went to the Buckeyes. 5 singles to the Fighting Illini. That was Heck who just closed it out moments ago, and we are knotted at 2 points apiece in this race to 4 for the Big Ten Men's Tennis Championship. And
yeah, I feel that McNally wanted this moment. He wanted this position. Ty Tucker talked about the psychology of the #1 players. He said these guys are tough, and they don't necessarily like to do a lot of tactical changes. They like to play their game, their style, the way they prefer. And it's not as much about the X's and O coaching. It's more about them, just sort of gladiating and having the best man win. And so far, Johnny McNally has handled this moment.
There's a little bit of alpha to these ones, huh?
Absolutely. And McNally's return game is very strong, though. So he's getting what he wants now here. And that's exactly, it sets the tone because he gets that return on him, plus the win, and now he has time, and he can sort of spread the court and organize. And his behavior right now to me is, he's behaving like this is closing time. Big time serve at the right time. Kova's a cool customer, and obviously he's had a lot of experience here between college and pros. I mean, you wonder if McNally playing more dual matches is helping him in this moment right now or not. But his return game is so strong. I was shocked he missed that no-ad return the last time, and here he is in another great position. 15, 30-second serve. And another missed return. Hey, this is some coaches are in favor of this. Like they like their player with the wind at their back to back up a little bit and hit a heavy return. Nadal does it a lot. There's some pro players team that does it. Personally, I don't prefer it. I don't care for that because what just happened to him there, a little nerves, a little anxiety, and then all of a sudden the shank. I prefer just a simple early return, old school. Jimmy Connors, Monica Seles, Andre Agassi. I want the simple. Go find the ball because now there's 2 return misses here. That's just that's nerves in the moment. He's one of the best returners, and even now, it's getting him the yips. I just don't know. He wants to come down here against the wind and try to actually hold out. Yeah, it's like it's going to be a much tougher route. Yep. I think he's almost better off trying to break this. Having the wind behind him. Great serve. Oh.
Ooh.
He was indecisive, and as he was indecisive, the ball was dropping. He couldn't make up his mind, and all of a sudden now it's at his shoelaces. And oh, wow.
So here it is for John McNally, the senior from Cincinnati, Ohio. A chance to give the Buckeyes a 3-2 lead if he can break here.
Missed
Just wide.
Missed it.
Just wide. And Kovacevic holds.
It was open, but I just overshot it. Didn't need to have that aggressive of a target. Robert Cash down at 6 had a point for 4-1. Didn't get it.
Well, here is Seelig and Clark. No ad here. Clark up 4-3 in the second. Seelig won the first 7-6. 8-6 in the tiebreaker. We're still going at 1, 4, and 6 singles. This is 4 between the two very experienced players. The graduate student still playing in the senior. Seelig and Clark.
It's big. It's a big moment.
5-3 Clark.
That's a Illinois has had a great 2 minutes. They just had a great 2 minutes at 1 and 4. John McNally serving for it. Big time. That backhand mechanics, very simple, very clean, good spacing. Moved into the court, struck it, got in behind it. Kova got over there on the pass. He just needed to get the pass lower. Taking that ball early like McNally did doesn't give Kova enough opportunity to get through his swing. He's got a bigger windup on his forehand, cause good pressure. Big time first serve. I love the choice, actually. If you can get the athletic height, I love going big, wide when you're against the wind like that. You know, maybe you're in the 14s and juniors, maybe not so much. But these guys, you know, it's a good play because you're giving yourself a lot of real estate to be aggressive in. He's telling himself the same thing. He said, let's be aggressive, let's go.
30 love.
Wow, he is bringing it.
40
you know, and I
love.
got to say, you know, I watched him for many, many years, and I always felt that they had periods where his serve would go up and down. I mean, his groundies and his returns were always there, but I'd say his serve sometimes could vary. He pulls this off here. I think his serve and his courage and his experience and accepting the moment are kind of the keys to this victory for John McNally.
McNally for the match. Double fault, 40-15.
A lot of adrenaline there. I think it would have been better to just kick the first one in there. But that's just booth talk.
Well, he's looking to close it big, right?
I just think he wants to close it.
Yep.
Bad luck with the leg court. Great return. Clean, simple tennis there, Cobra. Great return. Good quality positional forehand. And then obviously bad luck on the leg court and great transition movement and not overplaying. Playing within himself on the speed of that put away. Yeah, these are so tense that you don't want to give any points away at this moment.
Jackson.
That's a serve and volley play.
And
That's a serve and volley play. And he is hitting his chest. He's doing some LeBron James stomps. And I got to say, Illinois thought that they were going to have that point, but Ohio State thought they were going to have J.J. Tracy. So there's a wash there.
big one singles victory for John McNally. 6-4 in the third. And the Buckeyes have 3 wins in the singles. They are now up 3-2 with 2 matches still in question. One of those is Silligan Clark in 4. The other is in 6 singles between Cash and Khalif. And Cash Khalif right now
There's a set for Z. Clark. Patented backhand on the rise, and look at him. I mean, not even any celebration. He's like, yep.
Here we go.
We're going to the marathon now. We finished the bike. You know, the swim is over, the bike is over, and now it is time for the 26.2 at 4 singles.
Third and final. So now we go down to 6. And this one also at 3-3. 1 apiece in the third.
But it was 3-1 for Cash, and they had some no-ad points in there. And this has swung Illinois' way a great deal here recently. Cash is emotionally going to feed off of the scoreboard and being closer to the finish line, knowing how much work it's going to take. Cleve being the hero yesterday. Brad Downstairs giving him the encouragement. And what's tough is that Cleve likes to play the slice. The only problem with it, some people against an aggressive baseliner, it's great because it keeps the ball down. But for Cash, it's just the net appearance and an invitation. He's just going to take that and he's going to follow it in right away. So the points won't be extended. It's a hard position now because I'd almost, want him to roll a few more backhands with the wind at his back, but he just hasn't really done it much yesterday or today. For serves, though, is something he has been doing. Those are worth their weight in gold right now. Not having to play any point with the pressure mounting like this.
Here is Noé Khalif out of Marseille, France.
That is really good. I mean, that's about as well as Cash can move there. He actually made a couple of groundies. He set the table. He actually was able to get around that big forehand movement-wise. Ty Tucker is going to really just keep him centered emotionally now. He has to just play every point to the best of his ability. Hang in there. Transition when you can.
So the Illini in a situation here where they need Khalif to win here in 6 singles. And then it would come down to 4 singles on court 4.
He's living off of.
Here's where we're at right now. 1 singles went to the Buckeyes, 2 also to the Buckeyes, 3 to the Buckeyes. But 5 went to the Illini. That was a big comeback for Hunter Heck. You add that to the doubles win and the 2 outstanding And Ohio State looking for a win in either of these to win the title. The Illini need them both.
Missing the returns, he's not getting into the point. He's not physically able to commit his weight forward on a return. He's floating balls and missing returns.
Four, 3. Khalif with the lead now on.
Yeah, I mean, it was 3-1 cash, and regardless of.
So back to court 4 we go.
I mean, he hurt himself at 5-2 in the first set. I mean, he's been out here 9 sets, 16. He's been out here for 19 more games after being injured. I mean, it's just an amazing effort by Cash, but is it going to be enough?
Seelig there, 30-15. First game, set number 3. Court 4.
Getting a little bit tight with his hands. Seelig is more sort of driving with his hands, and yesterday was challenging for him. He had a few periods where he was making some unforced errors.
So here's our double box with 2 matches left.
You got to go to a special reserve tank at this level on the match. And the nice thing is with the way the Big Ten draw worked out, these teams are only playing their 3rd dual match. The staggered draw this year.
Right.
Goodness. I'd like to have that one back.
Yep. So here we go full screen to court 4. On the 4 singles between Seelig and Clark.
It's the easiest ball. He's going to see the whole set. He ends up netting that one. That's a tough time.
Now back to court 6.
Good movement, good ball striking. Go back to 4 for no ad point.
We're flipping back and forth here between court 4 and court 6, the only 2 remaining matches. Point here for game 1 in set number 3.
That's an unbelievable point. That is some tough stuff. Justin is giving them the pound. Justin knows. There's so much on that. Justin's one of the more, I think, tactically aware. When he played and as a coach, he understands that not just was that an important game, it was the game with the win. So now Seelig has to come for 2 games against, and it's much more work down there where Z Clark was. Physically tougher. You have to be able to raise, you know, that anxiety level, but you got to raise the energy level, the intensity level. When, I mean, let's just say these two guys are cars. How much is left in the tank? Does Zeke have 3/8, and does Seelig have 1/4? What's left in these guys' tanks for the rest of this third set? I don't know. But mentally, sometimes you can go farther than you actually believe. You can train your body that way, and both of these guys have that piece.
Both of these remaining matches on the far end of the tennis complex here in Lincoln. And court 6 has just gone 4-4.
And good for Cleve to transition and come forward. Why not?
Right.
I mean, you're playing, you know, your opponent, it's difficult for him to move. You position him. Don't allow the point to reset when you have the upper hand. Move forward and finish. I know it's, you know, he's much more of a point builder and an occasional finisher, but right now, you got to play the situation. You know, Cash is on one leg.
Cash, a sophomore out of New Albany, Ohio, New Albany High School.
Here he comes, and there it is. And see, he's not going to be able to physically track that down, so that makes a lot of sense to try to do whatever you can to get this hold and come back and try to get a break with the wind. Brad Dancer is really calling every play now here. He's walking over and setting the stage. And when you think about professional football, right? Tom Brady can talk to Bruce Arians. You can have a 20-second timeout in basketball. Makes college tennis much more interesting and compelling dynamic when the coaches can give the interjection in between points all the time. I'm paralyzed in junior tennis. I have to wait till 2 sets are over. Just have to watch.
Yeah.
Emotionally repress it and deal with it. You know, you can't be involved.
It's like you're sharing your personal issues here on the air. Emotionally repressing. It's going to feel sorry for you, Mark.
I think that all coaches in junior tennis have to go through that, and that's what becomes tricky to get these young men to this level. Right, you have to go through all of these rites of passages and all these tough matches. Think about how many tennis matches between these two teams have been played before they got to this level where they can have that support and help. The beauty is that they're all very good players and they have the tools, and now these coaches can actually play the X's and O's. Makes it more interesting. Here he comes again with the net appearance, and I like it.
So 5-4. On court 6, now to court 4.
The pendulum swings again.
Yeah.
See, they can love 30 against the wind. And those are the small adjustments you have to make when you just hit 100 balls in the one game on the other side. Now you come over here and you want to take that risk. That's the first backhand risk he took, but you know, you got to factor in, okay, how much should I put in on that one? But this guy is just, he looks dry. He looks like he's just warming up. The all-day Zeke is so apropos.
Good winner.
Yeah, these guys are trying to conserve energy and then expand and serve and expand. I haven't even seen these guys take a bite of a banana, a sip of a power gel. I don't know what they ate for breakfast, but I'm impressed. We're about to hit the 3-hour mark here in 1 more minute. Big time. Waited it out. Got the right time for the risk.
So big opportunity here for Seelig. Back to 6 we go.
And that was a serve volley play by Cash, and he missed the first volley into the net. He had a good serve. Cleve chipped the backhand.
by Seelig.
Amazing effort. And that helps Cash on the side to have Seelig over there.
Absolutely.
It gives him that extra lift. And I mean, I'm telling you, Cash has impressed me. Wasn't able to get it done in the dubs. Out here doing exactly what they needed him to do in the singles, and then it goes the wrong way physically with an injury. And he is just finding, he wouldn't be tournament MVP, but I'm telling you, he could be the MVP of this duel with what he's doing. And he is digging out low volleys and getting up and covering.
Wow.
You know, back in the Stone Ages, that's the way I played. And I'm telling you, fresh, I would be tired right now. On a bad leg, I don't even know. I don't even know. It would be interesting if we had Coach Ty and Coach Dancer mic'd up so we could hear some more.
Goodness.
This is the play. This is what he wants. And Cleef just doesn't want that backhand passing shot. He ran all the way around, almost probably farther than he should have, to try to hit the pass. And
They'll cash here an opportunity. They're all lined up. On court number 4, watching courts. Sorry, check it. They're on court 2, watching courts 4 and 6.
great serving in the body, little chip and charge, and then he hits the pass. And that's what he needs to be doing, in my opinion. He has to take some rips on the pass. He can't just block and chip when Cash is coming forward so much. That is one heck.
What a shot by Khalif.
Unbelievable serve. Ridiculous return at his shoelaces. Amazing half volley. And then to get that ball up and down with the breeze. And he's smiling himself because he knows. He's like, whew, I was able to get that one. And that gives him a match point. Oh, my goodness.
Khalif, match point.
Back behind.
Oh, great attack.
Choice. Clutch. Look at him giving him the pound. And he exploded for that volley. He got up there and hit it back behind him. Khalif just blocks that, and you're trying so hard to measure that down at someone's feet, but when you're nervous and the wind's behind you, it sits up. It's
McNally out there encouraging them. 2 matches still in progress on court 4 and court 6. Seelig and Clark, 4 singles. Seelig on top, 2 games, none in the third. It's 5-5 in the third in 6 singles.
That's a great risk by Z. Clark. He stepped up and crunched that backhand.
Just wide.
Just wide again. He's missed 2 of them. Big moments here, Z. Clark.
Really big points here.
Z. Clark trying to go too long. Great defense. That is some physically tough moving. This guy is just, oh, wow. Amazing.
So now 2-1. on court 4. We head back to court 6. Where Khalif.
Yeah, he's making a lot of first serves. Yep. Cash is having a difficult time on return. Smart what he's doing. He's winning his serves easy. Cash is grinding to get himself through, and he's going to have to pull out another rabbit out of the hat to get this to a third set tiebreaker.
Well, this is where we're at. Ohio State on top, 3 points to 2. It's a race to 4. Just 2 singles matches left. That's in 4 and 6 singles. You see 1, 2, and 3 all went to the Buckeyes. 5 and the doubles point went to the Illini. 2 still in the balance. Good to have you with us here from Sid and Hazel Dillon Tennis Center, just off Innovation Campus at the University of Nebraska-Lincoln. Our 4th day of action here from the Tennis Center. It's Championship Sunday. And once again, it's the Buckeyes and the Illini, as it has been for 24 years. One of these 2 teams has won the Big Ten championship. Court 4 on your left, court 6 on your right.
He's been having some difficulty with some short forehands. It's really surprising. He's not getting his hands organized and netting a few.
Cash approaches and puts it away. Good follow of his serve.
Look at, just long. It was a great serve, great first volley. And he's still got a little bit of pep in his step. He exploded for that volley. Mother Nature may have pushed that an inch or 2 long. I mean, it was close. It was well hit. Both of these guys are outstanding sportsmen. I feel like the line calls have been great in this match all around, everywhere. Great sportsmanship. And you know, a lot of times this type of thing can create an atmosphere where people may not want to give the line, but I feel like it's been an outstanding match call by both teams.
So Clark up 40 love here, trying to break, get it back to even at 2.
Cleef comes over the return. And he needs to do that a little bit.
(30-15).
Just missed. Every first serve is so precious for Robert Cash.
Nope.
Z. Clark breaks back next door, so it is not up at 2-all. Neither of those players are, that big in stature. It's not a, John Isner versus Kyrgios match there, so being up a break isn't necessarily a guarantee for the next game being a hold.
So Khalif trying to close it out here.
great volley. I
Wow.
mean, great concentration on the volley. I mean, he has a small window of the way that he can actually win this match. And
doing just about everything he can to execute that.
just missed it. A little bit of a momentum shift going on here now. Illinois getting a match point, and Z Clark breaking back and going up 30 love.
Match point here for Khalif.
Great return.
And he hits the pass, gets a left court.
That is really something. And right as that happens, Z Clark has already positioned himself to go up possibly 3-2 and get the win that is back for 2 games. Wow, what a turn of events in this final.
3-3. We're down to 1. This is it. And I think about 3 hours ago, Mark, you might have said it comes down to these 2, which it might. They're going to be the last on the court. We might be here for a while.
And we're at 3 hours and 11 minutes, and we've got some more time to go. Time return. You need to stay in this game. You have to stay in this game.
Well, the Buckeyes took 1, 2, and 3 singles. McNally, Kingsley, Trotter. The Illini took the doubles point, took 5 and 6 singles with Heck and Khalif.
And those were big. 7-5 in the third, both. Both. With opportunities for the Buckeyes being up a break in the third in both matches. Clark is so steady on the back end. Just makes few errors there, so I'm surprised Seelig wants to stay in this pattern. But he ends up getting it. He just stays with the wind. I mean, it's a tough one. You know, do you use the wind into his strength, or do you go the other way? He was down in that game big because he went for 2 backhand down the lines that were probably not the right choices. And he just stayed in the closed pattern. Coach Kronagi is keeping him aware of what he needs to do, and it's all about organization and execution now. I mean, they clearly know each other's games as the feeling out period's over.
Miss it.
Overplayed the approach.
So Clark holds.
Overplayed the approach.
3-2.
That is even tougher because down 40 love, he fought like a gladiator to get it back. But now he's on a 3-game negative momentum. And, you know, again, Zeke Clark is their guy. Illinois believes that he has the fitness and the mindset to play all day. And even though Seelig has the experience as well, this is a tricky one. You got your most, veteran experienced players battling against each other, but one of them now is on a positive, and Illinois being down 3-1 in this and trying to steal us from the back end. They really had a great couple of courageous efforts at 5 and 6 today, and now it's up to Zeke Clark to close the door.
There is Zeke Clark out of Tulsa, Oklahoma. First team All Big Ten in both 2019 and this year in 2021. Became just the 16th player to win 100 career single matches. There is Kyle Seelig, Hatfield, PA. 14-3 in duels this year. And there is the situation. It's all knotted at 3. This match determines the Big Ten champion. Once again, it will be either Ohio State or Illinois. I think there's maybe another of the 14 varsity sports that are sponsored by the Big Ten Conference. There may not be another where 2 teams have so thoroughly dominated the championships. I mean, this will be the 24th year in a row that it's been either Illinois or Ohio State winning the title. That's a quarter of a century.
Yeah, there's nothing like it. The tradition that Coach Ty's been able to build here, it's just impressive. And what Craig Tiley was able to do, taking Illinois, as we said, Ty's story was 0-33 to start. Illinois was in the bottom of the Big Ten when Craig Tiley started it as well.
Future, we mentioned it earlier, but certainly bright for Ohio State. They just built that $22 million tennis-only facility, the Ty Tucker Tennis Center, 6 indoor courts, theater seating, offices, locker rooms, weight room, all in one location in Columbus.
And great to see. I've been traveling around quite a bit, calling college tennis since 2014, and been fortunate enough to see some amazing facilities in the country. And I'm so happy that tennis is receiving the types of resources and opportunities as it deserves.
And even the host school here in Lincoln, University of Nebraska, built this facility, a $20 million facility 5 years ago. 12 outdoor courts, 6 indoor.
Beautiful, and they've been just gracious hosts. It's been an amazing stay here, and just what a great backdrop for this final. The indoor facility yesterday, playing the Illinois-Michigan semi.
Right. Hear the chant, all day Zeke.
And now it's going to become a cheering contest.
Yes, it will be.
I've been fortunate enough to coach a few college competitions in my coaching career, 12 or 13 of them. This type of format as well. Just a little bit in June, and I can tell you, it is one of the hardest things, and it's so physically and emotionally draining to do it. And these guys do it year in, year out. I just do it for a couple of days in the summer, and I marvel at the At the effort and the attitude you have to have. That's unforced error on the back end. I see that he's had a couple of tough patches with short forehands and backhands where he's not been able to be solid.
How big is this point here, Mark, given that Seelig was up 2-0? Clark has come back to take the 3-2 lead, and here Clark ready to break again?
Yeah, it just continues to be like more daggers in him. Wow. Yeah, these are gut checks. And so that's a conversation. So Clark goes, hey, I'm going to use a low chip, bite it, dig it into your forehand. What are you going to do? And Seelig goes, I'm going to, against the wind, rope an inside in for a clean winner past you, down, break point. So, yeah, I'm good. That's, you know what? That's big boy stuff. That is big boy stuff right there, especially considering the way the momentum's gone against Seelig here recently. The defense and Mother Nature helping him. Overrule. Oh, wow. People.
It's a big win for Seelig.
Oh, wow. That is big. Again, the umpire's chair from the second court's kind of blocking my view of exactly where it hit. I can't say one way or another what my feeling would be, but what an amazing turn of events right there. Oof. These guys are now halfway through the marathon. They finished the swim, they finished the bike, and now they've gone 13.1 of the 26.2, and we are at 3 all in the second. In the third round, excuse me.
No, why? That's the one. That's the forehand. It just gets up on me so fast. You don't need to fold anything on that. Over time, you're going to start falling over the hitter. Hey, I love the fact you're trying to use your serve there. Go, Kyle!
These two have been, deliberate all day. They were the last to finish game one by a long shot. Part of it's style of play, but also they've been very deliberate.
Yeah, that's smart. Kick the serve in, use the wind. It's just body blows now. You're not able to finish this with a knockout. You just got to keep going body blows.
Goes long.
He's responded well from losing that last game with the controversial overruling. He's just stepped up to the plate here and put together a really nice 40 love so far.
You go all the way back to 2006 as Clark wins that and goes up 4-3. We go back to 2006, so 15 years. The Buckeyes have only lost twice in the Big Ten Conference, right? So what, 164-2, One of those was earlier this year in a loss to Michigan, which ended a long streak of wins. And here they're being challenged in the Big Ten Championship by the Illini.
And, you know, the Illini were able to host because they were the host team for the National Indoors. They didn't have to play their way in the kickoff weekend. There's some challenge, obviously, in the COVID year for that. So there was some questions, like, is Illinois, you know, did they just luck into having that situation or not? And I think Illinois has answered the bell and proven that they've done a really good job and deserve to be not just a host team, but, you know, the ranking that they've earned in this year with the teams that they've beaten. They had an outstanding run there, even though it was on their home courts. They did a great job, and they've backed it up all the way throughout the league. They've obviously only lost to Ohio State here in the regular season at home, and now they're putting up an outstanding effort for trying to get this revenge match. And it's going to take a lot here from Seelig. I think he just, to me, between the two guys, I feel like there's more responsibility for him to take the risk and finish the match. And I think that Clark is just happy to keep this thing going as long as it needs to be. So the fitness and then the energy and just the mojo, it's like Zeke's thing. So Seelig is going to have to answer the bell with some pressure performance, with some shot combinations. Clearly, it's, you know, you're starting to see some tired guys making first serves.
Right.
There's a little mini momentum shift every time you fault, because you have this anxiety of double faulting and extra work, and right now there's no need for any extra work. These guys are obviously workaholics as it relates to the style that they play, but that's a tough one. So you're up 15 love.
Right.
Do you want to go with the inside in there, or do you take the inside out and build? It's tough. I mean, Clark's backhand is formidable, and he's made so many great gets in this match. That's a stat we don't have no idea, right? Is it 85 amazing backhand gets, whatever it is? It's a big number, right? So that's factoring in the Seelig's decision on that forehand.
You know, when Coach Tucker made the change in the lineup for singles throughout the week, he'd had Seelig playing 5 singles, moved him up to 4. Do you think this is what he had in mind? Was it the matchup he was looking at here, or was it 5 and 6 that was the
it might have been 5 and 6, and unfortunately it didn't work out.
Yeah.
This one, you know, it's just a toss-up battle to the end with two great warriors that are going to battle as they have. But this is something that you expect, and you know, it's possibly here, and it won a toss-up, and it has been 6-4 in the third there, and now here we are here.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's tough is that he's in those offensive positions, and he's not willing to follow the forehand and come in behind it. That's a tough statement to rip those, be ahead in the point, but then retreat, because at some point you do what he did there, you possibly overshoot one by 6 inches. He's going to really take his time now. That helps out a lot.
So still the opportunity here for Clark to break and go up 5-3.
He's had a difficult time getting his footing on the transition forehand. A little bit tired legs, a little bit pressure at the moment. Regardless, break for Zeke Clark.
I know when you're a competitor in these situations, you know, you learn to adapt and adjust, but clearly, you know, Zeke Clark came in thinking he was going to face one player, and it changes right before the match.
Yeah.
So it takes a little bit of a focus, right? Mental toughness to make that mental change, and maybe how you had envisioned playing the match may change a little bit.
That's right. But, you know, you have such a tricky dynamic with this because Ohio State is on the league, and so they feel like they're the true #1 seed and the one that's carrying all the pressure and the expectation.
Yeah.
Where on the actual ITA ranking side, Illinois is 17 and Ohio State's 28. And so it's like, wait a minute, is Illinois really, you know, the top dog here? Obviously they've, you know, earned that ranking. They've done, you know, the best they could. Virginia beating Ohio State obviously factored in heavily into that in the kickoff weekend, but it's almost like a reverse set of pressure. So
I think at the time of that match too, that, you know, Ohio State was battling some COVID issues. Maybe wasn't full strength when they faced Virginia as well.
it just didn't have as much intel on some of Virginia's young players, and Andre Pedroza, outstanding coach, did a good job going in there and getting the win. And they backed it up. They won the ACC here, so they're no slouch, clearly. But I feel it's 10 to 12 teams that can lay claim to maybe win an NCAA title on the men's side this year. I think there's a lot more parity. And clearly, as you've seen with some of the conferences, Tennessee being Florida, et cetera. Well played. He needed that. Yep. He needed to believe that he could successfully take a short ball, position, and come forward and finish, because he's been retreating a little bit here because of the moment. He's been a Buckeye for a long time, and Ty knows that his team will fight to the end. So this is still, even though it's only a couple points away, this is still, you know, a fight until the absolute last ball is struck.
Absolutely. Great hustle there by Clark.
Yeah, see, he's starting to, at the very last, bottom of the ninth inning, one out left. He's starting to get that confidence in his forehand that really is kind of the difference maker in this match. A good backhand up the line. Went and met the ball instead of letting the wind kick up and play. He's more of a driver on the backhand, not a lot of topspin shape per se with the way he hits it. So his weight transfer and timing is really important in his backhand.
Ceiling with the break.
Wow, and he shakes his arm out, because you could cut this with a knife. It's thick. The pressure. Oh, my goodness. What a forehand. That is absolutely Positively. Just what he needed. 3 successive big forehands to get back into this on serve. But now it's him against Z Clark and Mother Nature at 4-5. I mean, before the start of this one, if you're in Vegas, you wouldn't take either one. You wouldn't. It's too close to call.
Here is where we are. Knotted at 3 each. These are the 6 singles matches. The doubles point went to the Fighting Illini. Ohio State takes singles 1, 2, 3. 5 and 6 go to the Illini, as well as that doubles point. That puts us at 3-3, and there you see 4. Here's how these teams got here. First round started back on Thursday here in Lincoln. Really no surprises. The top 2 seeds, the 1 seed in the East, the 1 seed in the West, win through the quarters and the semifinals. The Buckeyes sweep Northwestern. The Illini 4-2 over Michigan, and here we are in the championship between the Buckeyes and the Illini.
First point, absolutely mandatory. It just sets the tone for the rest of the game. And here he comes. He makes the net appearance. He has the courage from the last game to trust himself, and he goes forward. And Justin tells him, hey, man, you can do it. Oh, wow. And Clark, who doesn't ever miss those backhand counterattacking shots, misses because he's actually having to focus on a passing shot situation instead of just getting it back.
15 love right now. Seelig.
That
and now 30 love.
Is about as courageous and spotless of a points as you can play. And I'm looking at John McNally's face. John McNally just blew a sigh of relief as that blew out. I mean, these guys give everything. They bleed for the scarlet and red, and they bleed for the orange and blue. This is just what both teams need getting into the NCAA tournament. They're going to be tougher because of this, both teams, but, oh, man, one of them's going to be a lot happier soon. Surprising.
30-15 along from Seelig.
Yeah, the Clark really started looking a little bit, not doubting himself, but just real unsure about how he was going to play there. And that unforced error donation there was just a really positive thing. Seelig almost needed to just forget about trying to do too much with his backhand against the wind. Look at this guy. Get these balls back. I mean, he almost got that back. This guy, this is beyond Superman, Herculean. It's almost like he has a homing device inside his feet and he just knows. Oh my goodness. Kyle Seelig is put together from 3-5 down. 3 offensive forehands and 2 net appearances. He's played courageously now with his back against the wall. And it's sort of on his racket. It's on his racket to execute it, and it's not the easiest script to solve, with Z Clark being just the toughest resistance. I might have even considered going back to Zeke's forehand with the first one there. He went to the strength of the counterattacking. Yeah, I mean, it's... Not an easy play to call here. But different than Illinois, Selig's calling his own play. Hard to believe.
Wow.
Hard to believe. But that's the message to anyone that watches tennis. You know what? Get your first serve in. I mean, let's face it, folks. Against the wind, that was 74 miles an hour. That was 74. Yeah. And he just got a free point because it just transfers the pressure like a hot potato. And it's going back and forth. So we got extra innings, folks. 7-5 in the third at 5. 7-5 in the third at 6. And now 5-all at 4. I've already run out of popcorn. I'm out, Larry.
We're out of water. That's what we're out of. At least we have a nice day for it, right?
Missed it. Me stealing Z Clark's phrase. Just missed it.
Wow, another winner by Clark. 30 love. Even at 5.
Yeah, it's hard. He did such an amazing job getting it to 5-all, but the way this is going, you don't have a sigh of relief moment. There's no time for that. Couldn't have been much. The Illini needed after losing 2 games in a closeout situation to be 40 love up. Wow.
How about that?
A love hole.
Zeke Clark.
That was like Federer-esque to get out of there at 5-all that quickly. Smart, and all his teammates come giving him a pound as they move to the other side. Customary that the teams switch as the player switches so they can offer the support.
Well, here's a look at the singles again. You see that 4 singles match ongoing right now. Zeke Clark, 6-5 in the third. Selig won the first, Clark the second. And the only thing on the line now is the men's Big Ten championship.
Five first sets go to the Buckeyes, but Illinois is trying to turn 2 of them back.
Wow.
And with their Mr. Clutch on the line, Zeke Clark, in Nebraska. Left his feet too early. Got to cut that off a little bit better.
Well, Zeke Clark can close it out here for the Fighting Illini. It is 6-5. Seelig trying to extend and go to the tiebreak. And he's up 30 love.
Great choice. And whatever Coach Koronagi told him, 5-3 down, got him back to a place where he could take a risk and believe in himself, because he was concerned after the 2-0 lead and going down and losing so many games and tough 3-all no ad. It was like he wasn't believing that he was a clutch performer. And now he is given everything here. Wind's picking up even more.
Yeah. Flags, they certainly.
Great return, good choice. And Zeke Clark's backhand is compact, simple. So similar to John McNally's earlier, you can take some chances with jumping on a return against the wind and hitting it hard like that. And if you rush the person, it's hard for them to get that counterattacking shot back. And as you saw, flew out with the wind. Seelig needs to take his time here, get the first serve in and organize his footwork.
What a shot.
On the outside of the line.
Wow.
You know, credit to Seelig to just move up and respond. If you have any hesitation there, Larry, any at all, then the geometry of that down the line becomes more difficult and he doesn't make it. Just the fact that he moved up to the ball quickly and decisively, he didn't hit it that hard, but the early part of it got it done. Too long, not enough shape there. And he plays a little bit more of a driving swing there. No. I can tell you one thing, Larry. He's not going to serve and volley this. That we know.
Right.
Shot. Great defense by Zeke.
No ad, 40.
Yeah, either it's Big Ten Championship Illini
Or tiebreak.
or it is the last possible way that this could end. Wow.
So a championship point here for the Fighting Illini. 40-40, 6-5, Clark.
Choosing the ad side.
First serve.
That's hard to believe. That right there just shows you tennis is one of these sports, the most mentally challenging of all. And now here we go, folks. The moment we've been waiting for. The Big Ten Championship on the line. Third set breaker.
Big Ten is going to start charging by the hour for these tickets.
The Iron Men have given us everything they could have possibly given us, and it all comes down to this.
We are nearly 4 hours in to these championships here in Lincoln. And here we go.
But now Seelig has the wind at his back for the first 6 points. for the first 6 points to win his back. That's going to be helpful. He plays it right.
So you really want to get up, what, 4-2, 5-1 in this situation?
Yeah. And then you come against the win with the score, and you swing aggressively against the win. You don't play scared against. You play aggressively there, and you try to get out of there. Z. Clark obviously wants to battle, hang tough, find a way to get him a 3-3 or a 4-2, and then come over with the win and go to work and dominate. Because it favors, fortune favors the bold. You can take the risk there. The lane is what he wants. The lane is to go through Z. Clark's forehand. Obviously, he didn't mean to hit a let court there and have that help.
Right.
Right now, the longer the point goes, to me, the more it probably favors Clark. So I think Seelig needs to organize and then go for it. I think Clark needs to just be as pesky and tenacious as he can, keep everything simple with his targets, and keep Seelig out here as long as possible. Because he doesn't have a big circular backhand, he's not getting a natural loop swing, which would give you a little bit more topspin in a situation like this. He's got to sort of position his feet in his hands to try to direct the ball there. And as you get a wind gust or get a little nervous, that can sometimes be the difference when you need to bring that target in a little more. It's a big moment for Clark because he was on the bad end of momentum shift there. The ball was barely over the net by Clark. It was very low. Very low. Ty Tucker's just walking across, giving him a little bit of a reminder of how important it is to just be solid right now in this moment. Ty is just, you can't believe it. He just gave 2 unforced errors and being in such a great position there with the wind at his back. Ty's such a great tactical player. It's hard for him to see one of his star veteran players donate 2 points at that moment. That's tough.
Wow, Clark 3 straight points now.
Smart by Zeke to use the geometry. He's in bad position, but he's so strong with his legs, he's still able to find a little bit of width in the court. He's making Seelig have to go wider, and it's not as easy. I mean, it looks like it was a slow-moving ball, but at this point, when both of these guys are at this point on E, they're both on E.
Yeah.
Either one of these guys' cars could just run out of gas right now. That extra couple of steps makes a difference. So Z. Clark down 2-0 now is in a great position here and having all the momentum.
Final point before they flip sides.
Big time. He's answered the bell now 7 times with the inside end forehand. But he donated a couple of points here, and we're going to see if that ends up being the difference in this one. After 6 points and a 19-mile-an-hour swirling wind, I'd like to have a little bit more scoreboard coming back to the torture chamber down here. I just think that Clark's maybe just a teensy bit fresher legs-wise. I mean, these guys are both so tough mentally that, Seelig doesn't even, he doesn't know he's tired right now. He's just doing everything he can to get through the finish line. These guys are both need IVs and a stretcher, but.
Dude, remarkable.
but I'm not accepting that. Both of these teams don't deserve to be hosting the NCAA.
Oh.
I really believe that this is a bragging rights match. The loser of this should not be out of the top 16 hosting positions.
Six in the third, 3-3 tiebreaker. Seelig will serve.
There it is, the inside and forehand. It is the absolute difference maker right now. Ty's telling him, getting him dialed in. The intensity, though, it's so interesting that the personalities, obviously, of Marcos and Brad, more laid back, Ty more fiery, and, you know, which one, you know, gets the most out of your player? Well, the answer is both. You know, it's just how your relationship with the players work. Missed it.
4-4.
Yeah, it's live by the sword, die by the sword. I just don't know. It is so much easier up here to say that he should have stayed in a little bit longer, but against the wind, he's inside the court there, so he did have position to take a chance. It's just the crosswind's going that way, and you just don't have a lot of room. You don't have a lot of room, and he rotated a little bit more than necessary and ends up in the alley wide.
Four. Clark with the lead.
Big 2 points for Clark.
Zeke Clark with the lead. First to 7, have to win by 2.
Being 3-all to me was a victory in the first 6 points. For Clark to be over here now in these tense moments, closer to the finish line, and he has a little bit of breeze helping.
Wide? I believe it was wide. 6-4, and now we have championship point. Zeke Clark for the Fighting Illini, up 6-4.
Selig's back's been against the wall here the entire third set.
That'll do it! 3 hours, 59 minutes, and the Fighting Illini are Big Ten men's tennis champs. What a remarkable afternoon of championship tennis here in Lincoln. All day Zeke did not need all day, but it was certainly all afternoon.
Yeah, it's 4 hours. It's 4 hours. What an amazing effort by Zeke Clark. A lot of respect for
understanding. He lost the first set in the tiebreaker. He hung in there. He dug deep. He stayed tough. He and Kyle Seelig are incredible warriors. Wonderful hug there by both guys. Shake, Ty Tucker's given ultimate respect for him. You know, it's not the Buckeyes day today, but they've had a lot of days. Illinois did a great job of getting that doubles point. Well-deserved in a match like this. I felt like that would probably be the difference. And talking with Coach Sean Mamie here, the Nebraska coach, we were talking about it this morning, and felt that the match is so close that the doubles point could be the difference. And sure enough, today that was the difference at the end.
Well, remarkable resilience by this Fighting Illini team, winning their first Big Ten tournament championship since 2015. They won it in 12, 15, and now here in 2021, and Brad Dancer still can't believe it. He collapsed in the middle of the court. Puts on the headphones, and what a remarkable finish for these Fighting Illini. Pleased to have joining us Brad Dancer. I'm Larry Putney along with Mark Bay. Coach, you collapsed at the end there on the court. What's going through your mind?
Zeke Clark, man, I'm sorry. We have such a great group of guys, and they've experienced so much disappointment through their tenure, and has willed and willed and willed. Willed themselves to just put themselves in this position. And I mean, we were all just laughing down the stretch. Like, it comes down to Zeke Clark. I mean, come on, tiebreaker in the third. And what more? There's nothing more to say. I'm speechless. I have no idea.
Brad, Mark Bay here. You've had some tough losses to the Buckeyes over the years. Clearly, they're sort of known for their toughness, but today you go 7-5 in the third, 7-5 in the third, 7-6 in the third in the bottom of the lineup to beat these guys today. What does that say for the depth and the quality of the program you have now?
Well, first off, I mean, Ohio State has a great team, and Michigan, I mean, the teams we had to be. I told the guys before this tournament, I said, we win this tournament, it'll be the best conference championship Illinois tennis has ever won, because no one's ever had to beat two top 10 teams, and that's what they did. They beat a top 10 team in Michigan yesterday, a top 10 team in Ohio State today, and matchup-wise, so difficult for us with Tracy, who doesn't miss, and Hunter's got to solve the problem down there, and then you got Cash coming after Noe and the one-hander, and just the courage that I didn't even see 1 point at Heck's match, but I know he had to play tough down there. Tracy hasn't lost this year, and Noe just, been so many situations where that's gone against him. And then Zeke, I don't know, just Zeke Clark. There's nothing more to say. Zeke Clark.
Brad, congratulations. Yep, go celebrate with your team.
Thanks so much.
That is Brad Dancer. A Big Ten championship, clearly very emotionally. You could see how much it meant to him to have all-day Zeke closing it out.
Absolutely. At the number one position, McNally did a great job of sort of taking a little bit of the pride out of Illinois. And Illinois believes that they're supposed to win one. It's not easy, right, if you're losing. But to be able to go down the line at the bottom and go three the hard way and take it, it's just an amazing effort. And I'm telling you, I've watched a lot of these. I've been involved watching college tennis for over 20 years and been calling, obviously, since 2014. This one, for me, just was a little bit, it was improbable, and then it was probable, and then it was improbable and improbable, right? Zeke Clark closing out in this marathon, this type of way, has clearly been, I think, the cornerstone. We talked about his relationship with Heck, and clearly he was able now, with his mental toughness, to mentor one of his teammates to a key victory over an undefeated player, right, and then get the job done himself. So Zeke Clark deserves a lot of respect, and obviously we're going to have him here to have a couple words.
Well, we are joined now by Zeke Clark, who closed it out. What a phenomenal finish. Walk me through those, those final points there.
Oh man, to
To be completely honest, I'm not even thinking. It's just so much adrenaline. This has been 5 years of work from me. The rest of the 5th years, all the guys this year, this has been so much work. We've lost those guys so many times. They're such a great team. But, you know, to pull through means the world. Means the world. I'm at a loss for words, really.
Zeke, Mark Bay here, and you're getting a bath too. Well deserved. So
What to know about that?
So Zeke, you lose the first set, you battle back. Clearly in the 3rd set, you had a position to get the job done, and Seelig starts roping inside in forehands. What did you tell yourself once it got to 5-all and you weren't able to close there to get you over the finish line?
Yeah, I mean, Kyle's a phenomenal player. Lost to him several times. We've battled ever since the juniors. I have so much respect for him, so much respect for the rest of the Buckeyes. It's a crazy rivalry, but at the end of the day, we do have lots of respect for each other, and, you know, all credit to him for battling back. Yeah, he was finding his inside-in forehand towards the end of that 3rd set, and, you know, it's really caused me a lot of troubles getting up on the courts, and I was lifting, and then he was able to dictate, but I just told myself to stay in the moment as much as I can. Again, it was just so much adrenaline. I wasn't really even thinking out there, but I just stayed as tough as I could and, you know, was able to come through.
And the last one, Zeke, you, I've been told, has been mentoring Heck down there at number 5 singles, and he comes up with the big win for the team to keep the dual match hot, and this mental training that you've been doing with him. Tell us a little bit about what you've done with him, and obviously why you guys were both 2 little guys that came up with 2 big wins for the Illini today.
Yeah, Hunter and I have formed a very special relationship. I'm maybe not the nicest to him all the time, but he knows deep down inside I love the kid. He's a tremendous talent. I wasn't there in the fall, but just talking to Brad is just discipline is his issue. Discipline. So I took it upon myself. I feel like that's my strength. So I feel like that's the least I can do for him moving forward, is just to teach him the consistency of everyday work. And you know, he's been on a tear, and to come back from whatever he was down in the 3rd set down there to a kid who hasn't lost all year is incredible. Props to Hunter for buying in, and you know, we got more work to do. The mental training won't stop now.
All day Zeke. Congrats, man.
Thank you.
Big Ten champs, the Fighting Illini. What a remarkable day here in Lincoln. 4+ hours for a Big Ten state championship.
Yeah, they didn't get the A's, but they got the Z. And the Z's the last letter of the alphabet, and he's the last one on the court and got it done over the Buckeyes. I mean, congratulations to Coach Ty Tucker and the season that they've had. Clearly, after taking a little bit of a hiccup in the beginning, they just dominated the conference, and tough one for them today, but congratulations to the Illini. Amazing effort by them. Well-deserved championship today, and best of luck to both teams in the NCAA tournament.
That'll do it from here in Lincoln. Once again, the Fighting Illini are Big Ten men's tennis champs in 2021. For Mark Bay, I'm Larry Putney. For our entire Big Ten crew, thanks so much for joining us from here in Lincoln. We'll see you next time, right back here on the Big Ten Network.